All right, thank you. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the virtual meeting of the Edina City Council. It is Tuesday evening, 7:02 p.m. It is May 18th, 2021, and we're pleased to have all of you with us. Before we call the meeting to order, I want to make sure that you all remember that because this meeting is being held electronically, we need to comply with the governor's Stay Safe Minnesota order, and to ensure the safety of all of our residents and staff, we've imposed certain sorts of procedures that are beneficial to everybody involved. All members of the City Council, our staff, our presenters are participating from their homes or offices. And before we begin, as I mentioned earlier, there's a few things to cover for those listening in and hoping to participate in portions of the meeting. Sometimes we just have community comment available for folks that are listening in. Tonight we have, in addition to community comment, where you can talk about something that's on your mind that's not on the agenda tonight or scheduled for a future public hearing. We're also going to be having a couple of public hearings. So, as you know, the city's committed to continuing to receive and hear your input on matters. We've been collecting public input through voicemail on our engagement website, bettertogetheredina.org. It's important you know that all public hearing comments are read before we take action. You do not need to submit the same communications in another form. All of those communications will be considered equally, regardless of the way in which they were submitted. Tonight, there'll be two times, as I mentioned, where you can call in to provide comment via telephone. The first is community comment portion of the agenda. You're allowed to speak about anything that's not on tonight's agenda or scheduled for a future public hearing. The second is to call in to comment during public hearings. If you want to call in for either community comment or to provide testimony for a public hearing, call 800, make sure you write this number down now, 800-374-0221, 800-374-0221, and the conference ID is 119-3697, 119-3697. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Our city manager, Scott Neal, will be timing the speakers, and he'll let you know when you go over the 3-minute mark, and we need to have you wrap your comments up so that we treat everybody equally here with respect to use of time. If you don't need to call in tonight, if you've already provided communications, and we're also going to keep these public hearing matters open until noon on Monday, May 26th. So any motion we make tonight with regard to any public motion will be to hold it open for testimony until noon Monday, May 26th. So as I mentioned, we're not going to act on these matters that are public hearing matters tonight. We'll continue to take communications on those. Those two items are an appeal to allow a group home at 6222 Braeburn Circle. It's already there, but they want an enhanced number of residents at that facility. And we've also got a proposed rezoning of the 4917 Eden Avenue property, which is the Perkins property, kitty corner to City Hall. Again, comments regarding those two public hearing matters will remain open until noon on May 26th. You can leave a voicemail with your feedback at 952-826-0377, 952-826-0377, or submit a comment to the form online at bettertogetheredina.org. So thanks in advance for your patience as we work to conduct this meeting online using different types of software and almost 20 people participating from different locations. We, of course, hope there won't be any issues, but be assured that if we do have an issue, we'll get it corrected as quickly as we can. So with that, I'm now going to call the meeting to order. And Clerk Allison, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember, excuse me, Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Staunton.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next matter on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. Is there anyone who wishes to modify the form of meeting agenda, amend it in any way? Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved.
Member Pierce moves.
Second.
Member Anderson seconds. The approval of the meeting agenda. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Clerk Allison, with respect to approval of the meeting agenda.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Pierce,
Aye.
Councilmember Staunton,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. The meeting agenda is published as approved and adopted. And now we will move on to community comment. As I mentioned earlier, for those of you that are listening in, we will now hear from residents who would like to speak to the council about something that is not on tonight's agenda or scheduled for a future public hearing. To participate in community comment, call now at 800-374-0221, conference ID 119-3697. An operator will ask for your name and street address. They'll get you in the queue to speak. You'll press star one, and Director Benarott, our Director of Communications, will bring you in to speak to the council. Just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and Manager Neal will time you when you're speaking, and he'll let you know if you go over the 3-minute mark. So, Director Benarott, do we have anybody waiting in the queue for community comment this evening?
I have someone in the queue tonight. Not feeling very lonely tonight. Our first speaker tonight is Laura Estes. Operator, will you please unmute her line? And then Laura, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Laura, your line is now open.
Okay, thank you. Laura Estes, 6222 Braeburn Circle, Edina, Minnesota, 55439.
Miss Estes, let me ask you just quickly here. Are you calling to testify regarding the group home on Braeburn Circle?
Yes, sir.
Yes. No, this is not the right time to do that. We're going to have a public hearing on that matter a little later in the agenda. So this is the part of the agenda where we're getting community comment on something that's not otherwise on the agenda tonight or scheduled for a future public hearing. So if you can either stay on the line or call back in, that's the way we would prefer to handle this matter.
I apologize. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you.
I do have several other people on the line right now, but none of them are indicating a desire to speak at this time. So maybe they're waiting for a future item on the agenda. Because there is a slight delay in the broadcast, though, I would recommend that we wait about a minute before moving on to the next agenda item. My clock shows that it's 7:10, so I will come back to you at 7:11 or when I have someone indicating a desire to speak.
Thank you, Director Benarott.
It is now 7:11, and I have no one in the queue, so I think it's safe for you to move on with the agenda.
All right. Thank you, Director Benarott. The next matter on the agenda is city manager responses to community comments that were held at that we received at the prior city council meeting. I don't recall that we had any, but Manager Neal, you're nodding your head that we did not have any comments for you to respond to.
We did not. We did
All right,
not.
very good. All right. Next is the consent agenda. There's several items on the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda items as shown.
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds. The adoption of the items on the consent agenda be handled in a single motion. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Clerk Allison, with respect to the adoption of the items on the consent agenda.
Councilmember Pierce,
Aye.
Councilmember Staunton.
Aye.
I saw your lips move, Councilmember Staunton, I believe.
Aye.
There we go. Thank you. Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. The consent agenda items are adopted in a single motion. And I'm going to come back to this resolution 2021-42 after we have Representative Omar speak with us. We have this evening in the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda, one of our U.S. representatives, Ilhan Omar, who is with us this evening. We're pleased to have her with us. We had a nice conversation before the meeting started, and she was starting to tell us a little bit about the impact for Edina from the some of the federal legislation that's taken place with respect to assisting cities and individuals across the country as part of the rescue plan. So, Representative Ilhan Omar, welcome, Congresswoman. Nice to have you with us this evening, and we look forward to hearing what you're working on and getting an update on what we can expect to see in Edina in terms of assistance financially and how those funds can be used. Representative Omar.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and City Council members for this invitation, and hello to the community members that are joining us. Edina is one of those fortunate cities in the district that I represent. You do get 2 members of Congress, and so you have double the advocates. I wanted to give you all a quick update on some of the things that we've been working on in Congress, and take some of your questions for the little time that we have. I know that the biggest thing on your mind is the fiscal recovery funds passed through the American Rescue Plan. My staff has been tracking the process of distributing these funds very closely. Last week, the U.S. Department of Treasury finally released their interim final rule on how the funds will be distributed and how they can be used, and some of the things that they can be used for as well. The Treasury is providing a total of $4.9 million to the city of Edina. The Treasury has opened a portal for cities to request fiscal recovery funds via their website. If Edina has not made that request, you should be able to do that as soon as possible. The Treasury also released guidelines on what these funds could be used for. My team has provided a written fact sheet and a guide in advance so that you can review it and see what you are eligible for as you weigh in on how to use these funds. Some of the things that are eligible for the funds are support public health expenditures by funding COVID-19 mitigation efforts, medical expenses, behavioral health care, and certain public health and safety staff. Address navigative economic impact caused by the public health emergency, including economic harm to workers, households, small businesses, impacted industries, and other public sector. Replace lost public sector revenue using these funds to provide government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue experienced due to the pandemic. Provide premium pay for essential workers, offering additional support to those who have bore and will bear the greatest health risk because of their service in critical infrastructure sector, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructures, making necessary investments to improve access to clear water drinking, support vital water, wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, and to expand access to broadband internet. There are 2 things that you can't use these funds for. One is to pay for tax cuts, and the other is make a deposit into a pension fund. If you have any questions on whether a project that you would like to invest in meets the treasury requirement, our office can help provide support so that you can get an advisory opinion from the treasury. We're really excited to be able to work on getting this critical funding for Edina, and I look forward to hearing some of the tangible ways that you decide to use some of these resources. Secondly, I wanted to mention that we've been working on a lot of criminal justice and policing reform projects. We've introduced a slew of legislators. We understand that a lot of our communities have expressed concern and have wanted us to act on a federal level. I know that you all have been looking at some of these things as well. We are currently working on an item that was constituency led. As you might have heard, DOJ has announced a pattern or practice investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. These investigations are a critical way that our government guarantees equal protection under the law. They help contribute to an overall environment where everyone can trust their government. As the Twin Cities in Minnesota overall grapples with police violence against people of color and against the movement that has arisen to shed light on this issue, we have decided to lead a call to DOJ to carry out additional investigations into a number of law enforcement entities in our district that some of our constituents from different municipalities have asked us to. One of the first criteria we use when looking at which agency we will include is whether a police department has been involved in an extrajudicial killing of a person of color in recent years. For this reason, we decided to include Edina Police Department in the request that we are making. One of the first steps of addressing Minnesota's racial disparities is to identify how our public institutions contribute to them. I hope that you will see this action as a responsibility to root out racism in all forms and in all places. This is not an action that we take to attack any of the municipalities that we represent or any of the agencies we are naming in our request. I know that you all have gotten a look at this letter. We welcome your feedback and support as we, move forward with this action. So with that, I will conclude my remarks and use the rest of the time that you would allocate to me to take some of the questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Omar. Council members, questions on the rescue plan? I know that we talked before the meeting started about the transportation infrastructure bill. I'd be interested in your observations on that.
Yeah, so there are two pieces of legislation that we are currently marking up in different committees of jurisdiction. One is the Build Back Better legislation, and the other is the Jobs bill or the Families Plan. And as it stands, there are no real tangible things that are moving. Everything is being negotiated from what is defined as an infrastructure to, looking at it more than roads and bridges, investing in our children, elderly and workers as part of that infrastructure plan. And so once we see pieces moving, we will circle back with you all and ask for your feedback and advocacy on some of those pieces of legislation.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thank you for being here, Representative Omar. I kind of get street cred now because I'm at least on the same screen as you, and so my daughter Olivia now understands that this role is legitimate because you're on the screen. So thank you for being here. The one question I had is on just in response to the DOJ, the pattern and practice review. And I think this was something that Member Jackson actually coined the way I started to look at this. I don't actually just drive in one district. And so I understand that we can't review every police department, right? There's a point of diminishing returns, even if you just think about the funding that it will cost to do that. However, I do think that there could be patterns and practices across the state that could be impacting people of color in this way. And so my question is, what can we do in a more broader sense, given that we all travel across districts on a almost a daily basis to ensure our residents in the state of Minnesota that they'll be treated fairly, and if there are issues, those issues will be rooted out and addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Council Member, that's a really important question, and it is an honor to share this screen with you. Again, congratulations on your election. I think, we have to remember that there are pieces of legislation that have been proposed in the Minnesota House and in the Senate that we continue to advocate for that will address the concern you raise. There are, pieces of legislation that we're working on a federal level. The George Floyd Justice in Policing Act does create a standard around, different municipalities across this country, so that we don't have to continuously address, what's happening in a particular municipality. And, we proposed, one of the pieces of legislation that we proposed was to put a national board that investigates police misconduct. Because we understand that, these one-off investigations that DOJ is doing, because, locals make the request or that they decide there's something happening with this police department and we must go in and look. That that shouldn't be the case, because we know that these incidents are taking place across the country, and we need an entity that is proactively engaging and investigating and reviewing the cases that are taking place without the national spotlight. But as those things move through the regular order, I think it is important for us to make every effort, and this is why we've decided to at least do this letter and maybe capture some of the municipalities in our district that have had some history. Obviously, some municipalities are not as in need of a review as others are. But we think it is really important that we capture at least few, because we are interconnected as a district, and what happens in Richfield is connected to what happens in Minneapolis, and what happens in Minneapolis is connected to what happens in Edina.
Thank you.
Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to let everyone know, including Representative Omar, that we have set up our portal for the ARPA funding, and we expect to receive it maybe tomorrow. So I think, as everyone knows, half of the money will be distributed this year, and half of it distributed next year. We actually, the council here has approved a community engagement process that starts later this week, where we're going out, and actually it's starting now. We are asking the community, how do you think we should best spend this money in the community to achieve those goals that you read earlier in the meeting? So we're on this, and I do want you to know, Representative Omar, our first look at those rules came just yesterday from the email that Nikki sent to the various city representatives. So that's the first time we've really had a chance to see what the expectations were from the Treasury Department. So we appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you for giving Nikki from our staff, who does case management and is our liaison to Edina, a shout out. They work really hard in trying to make sure every single information on a federal level is reaching our local communities. And I also want to note that Kendall, who is our district director, is also on with us as well.
Hey, Kendall.
Yep. Thanks for joining us, Kendall.
Nikki is here as well.
Oh,
Wave, Nikki.
oh,
Hey, Nikki.
all right. Other questions, comments? One of the things I thought was interesting that you are working on is this amendment to the Child Nutrition Act of 1966. Could you talk a little bit about that? I think could be really critically important work.
Yeah, this is something that was a personal project of mine. Many people don't know that I worked in child nutrition for a really long time. I was actually a nutrition educator before I got into politics, and I realized that in many ways we are doing disservice to our children who are struggling across the country when we have the school meals program be means tested. And so we introduced a piece of legislation with Senator Warren, Gillibrand, and Bernie Sanders to create universal school meals program, so that all of our children are able to get nutritious meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a snack, supper and a snack. And it does capture everyone. Our motto in the office is that you got to feed the belly before you feed the brain, for every child.
Good. Thanks for doing that. And then with respect to the police reform work that you're engaged in, I think our city manager, Scott Neal's been in touch with some of your staff to make sure that the letter you propose to send to the DOJ accurately reflects the situation with respect to the Edina Police Department. So I would urge you to listen carefully to Manager Neal and his suggestions. And
he has been tremendously helpful. So thank you, Neal.
All right. Any other comments? I know that you're on a busy schedule, but thanks for being with us this evening.
No, thank you for having me. Obviously, there are a lot of pieces of legislation that are moving. We're trying to do work on immigration. We're trying to do work on saving our democracy with the For the People Act, HR 1. We're obviously working on criminal justice reform. We've tackled issues around violence prevention and gun safety, and so we'll continue to update you all as we move through the process in Congress, which doesn't move as fast as we would all like it to. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks to you and your staff for being with us this evening. Appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. The next matter in this portion of the agenda of special recognitions and presentations is proclamation of Emergency Medical Services Week. And the council will be adopting this. And we've got Pete Fisher, our interim fire chief, here to accept the proclamation. The proclamation regarding Emergency Medical Services Week reads as follows. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness and injury. And whereas emergency medical services have grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week, now therefore the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim the week of May 16th through the 22nd, 2021, as Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Edina with the theme EMS Strong Beyond the Call. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second?
Second.
Moved by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce, that we adopt the proclamation involving Emergency Medical Services Week and designate May 16th to the 22nd, 2021 as Emergency Medical Services Week. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Clerk Allison, with respect to adoption of the proclamation as stated.
Councilmember Staunton, who I just noticed is missing.
Uh-oh.
You're muted, Manager Neal.
He's rebooting right now. He was having some technical difficulties, so we should
Okay.
just move forward.
Awesome. Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Pierce,
Aye.
Mayor Hublin.
Aye, the proclamation is adopted. So, welcome, Chief Fisher, Assistant Chief Fisher. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. On behalf of the EMTs and paramedics of the Edina Police and Fire Departments, I thank you for this recognition. Your recognition of our efforts is especially meaningful now because during the pandemic, our EMS providers have been delivering care at elevated risks to themselves and to their own families. We believe that the quality of emergency medical services provided by this city to its residents and visitors are one of the many things that make Edina a great place to live and work, and we could not complete this mission without your support. Thank you.
Interim Chief, thank you so much too to you and the folks that you work with day in and day out, especially I think most recently the folks we had working with the West Metro Command up in Brooklyn Center. I think there were folks from your command that were up there participating and helping as best they could, providing emergency medical services. So our thanks to each and every one of those half a dozen or so folks that were up there. And thanks for serving as chief on an interim basis until we got our new chief selected. So we really appreciate that as well. Any other
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
comments? Yes, you're welcome, Chief Fisher. All right. Manager Neal, any comment? All right.
Only to say we have such a high performing group in our fire department. We're very fortunate to have them there.
Yeah, I think we all concur. It's really a wonderful group of professionals. So thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, the next matter
Mr.
is,
Mayor? Mr. Mayor,
yes, Member Jackson.
yes, thank you. You had said you wanted to go back to resolution 2021-42 about the acceptance of gifts.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
You bet.
Want to make sure that Representative Omar was able to get stay on her schedule. We had some really generous gifts this time around that the city has to accept, and of course we have to accept these on a supermajority basis when you're getting a gift to a city. But to the Art Center, Andy and Michelle Herring $500. Michelle's dad and mom were both really active in the art center. The Kelly family, long-standing history. Peggy and Mike Kelly of serving the art center, and so to have their daughter and son-in-law recognize that sort of ongoing relationship and provide general operating support was very, very gracious. So thanks to both Andy and Michelle Herring. And then Pacey Irk, one of our great school teachers in Edina. The Park and Rec Department got $1,000 from Pacey for the Memorial Honor Garden. And then Zoe and Evgeny Shiev, $3,500 for 10 trees at Pamela Park. Zoe and Evgeny Shiev, thank you so much for your generosity. And those 10 trees at Pamela Park will be carefully tended to, I'm sure, by our staff and by your family as well. So thanks for all of that. And thank you, Member Jackson, for reminding me of that. All right, let's go on to the next proclamation, which is Preservation Month. And I think Annie Schilling's here from the Heritage Preservation Board, our chair of the Heritage Preservation Board, to accept this proclamation. And the proclamation for Preservation Month, May 2021, reads as follows. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas Preservation Month 2021 is sponsored by the Edina Heritage Preservation Commission, now therefore the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Preservation Month in the City of Edina, and calls upon the people of Edina to join their fellow citizens in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Is there a motion to adopt the Preservation Month proclamation?
So moved.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
Member Anderson moves, Member Jackson seconds. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Clerk Allison, with respect to adoption of the proclamation involving Preservation Month.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Councilmember Pierce.
Aye.
Councilmember Staunton. Councilmember Staunton. Hey, welcome back. Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Proclamation, the proclamation dealing with Preservation Month and designating Preservation Month as May 2021 is hereby approved. And we've got Annie Schilling, the chair of the Heritage Preservation Board, with us. And Ms. Schilling, thank you for being here to accept the.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. And also, thank you to the residents and the City Council and Mr. Mayor for the attention and the long-standing devotion to preserving the city's history. It does truly make the city of Edina a better place.
Thank you, Chair Schilling. And we've got the pleasure of having Chair Schilling with us for the next matter on this portion of the agenda as well, which is the 2021 Heritage Preservation Award. Before we go to that matter, is there any council member that wishes to comment regarding Preservation Month? Okay, we'll move on then to the 2021 Heritage Preservation Award. And as I mentioned, Annie Schilling, our Heritage Preservation Chair, is here to present that 2021 Heritage Preservation Award to certain of our property owners. And I'll let you, Chair Schilling, identify those property owners. And it's a wonderful, wonderful piece of property, a beautiful job on the architecture of it. So go ahead, Chair Schilling.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Each year, the Edina Heritage Preservation Commission sponsors our annual Edina Heritage Award. This award is given to showcase local historic preservation activity. Past winners have included Homes and Country Club. They've included St. Stephen's Church, even the convention grill. This year, we are thrilled to present the award to an outstanding example of mid-century modern architecture. Specifically, attention to the architecture both inside and out. 5900 Olinger Boulevard was built in 1966 by the Lundgren Company, which was a very highly sought after architecture firm of that era. The home was previously restored in 2019. The current owners took the restoration and the attention to detail to the next level when they turned their attention to this distinguishing courtyard feature. It is with great pleasure that I present the 2021 Edina Heritage Award to Holly Zemer and Stephen Suckow for their outstanding stewardship of 5900 Olinger Boulevard. Congratulations, and thank you so much. And I would love to give you a chance to speak if you would like to.
And Chair Schilling, do we have some of those photos that were in our packet that we can show folks?
Oh, I actually do have a couple of photos, and I'll hold them up old school style. There's the exterior of that wonderful mid-century modern, and a photo of the courtyard that really is a spectacular feature of this mid-century modern home.
Yes, well, it was really a pleasure to see those photos, and I can't figure out why I missed the house when I have driven down to Olinger. Now I'm going to go by at a slow pace so I can really enjoy the moment. It looked like something cut right out of Palm Springs, California, in mid-century modern, and beautifully, beautifully maintained. So
it's definitely worth a stroll.
Yeah, Holly and Steve, any comment you wish to make? You're on. I think you're on mute. Still can't hear you. You know, maybe what I'm thinking that when we get back to live meetings, we should have Chair Schilling and both of you come to a live city council meeting so we can show the whole city that beautiful home that you own, and then you'll be able to speak and we'll be able to hear you and your comments.
We'll do that.
Restoration of the property. All right, very good. Thanks.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Steve, thanks for serving your city as well as a commissioner. Steve, thanks for serving. All right, now the last item in this portion of the agenda, really an interesting report put together by Heidi Lee. It's our 2020 Race and Equity Summary Report. And so much of this work will look familiar to Councilmember Pierce, who co-chaired the Race and Equity Task Force. And I'm eager for his comments on this as well. But Heidi Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Holland and council members. Thank you for having me today. Today I will be giving you an update on the race and equity work that is happening in the city. And so I'll be going ahead and sharing my screen with you all. You should have a PowerPoint that says 2020 Race and Equity Work Plan or Work Summary Report. Can I get a thumbs up that you are all able to see it?
It's on the screen.
Perfect, thank you. And so I want to be able to give you a brief introduction of the Race and Equity Work Plan that was approved by City Council in 2018, which had 59 items that were designated to be completed within the different departments within the city. The work plan items were scheduled to be completed through 2018 through 2022, as well as some of those items were not assigned a completion date. And so the Race and Equity Implementation Plan is categorized within 5 different themes. And you'll notice that is on your screen right now is the 5 different themes that are on there. So within those 59 items, 20% of the work plan focuses on ensuring that there's data and accountability of the race and equity work plan that's occurring in the city. 24% of the work is focused on community engagement. And so how is the city engaging with community members and providing messaging to community members as well? 24% of the work is reviewing the current policies and the development of those policies within the city. And then 19% of that is to focus on the training of employees, as well as broadening the diversity of the employees that are within the city. And then the last theme, which is 13% of the city's facilities and services. For example, ensuring that the art and facility or the art and decor is welcoming to the residents and the community members that go into those particular facilities. And so that is just a very high level overview of the breakdown of those different themes within that work plan. And I want to show you the comparison of work that has been completed at the end of 2019 and what was actually completed at the end of 2020. And so I provided this chart that you're looking at right now at last year's race and equity update. And so you'll notice at the bar where I indicated that a lot of the work was spanned from 2018 to 2022, as well as some other items that were not completed. And you'll notice that within that bar, 2019 was a very heavy year for items to be completed. And so at the end of 2019, a lot of these items were completed. About 91% of the items were either started or completed during that year. At the end of the year, about 46 of those items were either indicated as completed or completed as ongoing. And so, for example, a work plan item that is marked as completed and ongoing is a work plan item, which is the racial equity advancement team will work to identify specific opportunities to increase racial and cultural diversity on work teams. And that is listed as completed and ongoing. And the reason for that is that the race and equity advancement team has been formed, and it is also a meeting, or they are meeting monthly. So it is a continuation of that, and they are also creating race and equity work plans for themselves. So creating a goal that they want to complete each year. And that goal does not reflect on the implementation plan that was approved by council in 2018. And so I want to also then show you where our current state is at the end of 2020. And so at the end of 2020, the city has engaged in 52 of the 59 items, such as having completed the items, researching it, or started the work. The remaining 6 items are slated to be completed by the end of 2021, or the remaining 7 items are slated to be completed by 2021 or have not been assigned a completion date. And so the figure that's in front of you is really looking at while there are 3 new work plan items that were added in 2020. Staff are also working to complete the items from 2019. So it is a ongoing process for these work plan items to be completed. And so as I said, by the end of 2019, about 46% of those items were completed. And as all of you know, the city staff in 2020 was supporting and being responsive to the needs of the community as a result of the pandemic and the civil unrest. So even with the challenges and trauma that had occurred in the past year, the race and equity work plan from 2020 are reaching at an 80% completion rate, which includes those items that are either completed or ongoing. And as the city continues to deepen their race and equity work, there's been different opportunities for staff and community members to engage in different ways. And so these are some of the highlights that have occurred in the past year. It's not all of them because I only have 10 minutes with you. So if it was longer, I would be able to highlight all of those. But some of the highlights for the past year are the community conversations about race, justice, and policing that was hosted by the Human Rights and Relations Commission. The stories we share on Better Together Edina, the website where community members and staff members share their experience on race. The City Council writing and approving an equity statement that shows their commitment to the race and equity work in the city. And then lastly, staff members are engaging in race and equity by attending a training that's facilitated by the Racial Equity Advancement Team. And so those are some of the highlights that have occurred this past year. And so as the race and equity work continues, it's also important for our city to look how to advance that work. And so what you have in front of you is really looking at what are kind of the goals for the work. And so 2021 will be a year to really examine the work that's been currently done on the race and equity implementation plan and how do we move forward as items are being completed. Another aspect to be able to move forward is really building that data collection structure to show the impact of the work done. And so, for example, it's really taking a look at the human resource portion of that as an example of how has their changes in interview process or even some of the questions impacted the folks and the growing diversity in staff members. Another way to continue the work is to really capture how race and equity work that is not on the implementation plan, and then also the impact of it. For example, the Just Deeds program was not on the implementation plan, but it was something that the race and equity advancement team, the engagement team really wanted to focus on. And so really thinking about that, in addition to the implementation plan, different departments and divisions are really looking at how can within their role and responsibility continue that race and equity work. And then lastly, advancing that work is building in a race and equity lens for different departments and divisions as they start to create their work plans in the future. And so those are kind of the things that are occurring within the city and also looking forward as the race and equity the race and equity work continues.
Thank you.
And I will open up for questions.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Questions for Heidi Lee or any comments regarding this ongoing work? Member Pierce?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Heidi, for the work that you're doing. I think it's awesome to work on a plan, submit it, get it approved, and then kind of watch the progress as we go. And so kudos to you and your staff for working through that. I also think it's awesome that the city had the foresight to do this, because there are other municipalities who are now focusing on this work because of recent events. And while there's a lot of work to do, it does feel like we had a structure in place that we could use to guide our work. And I think that is awesome as well. The only thing I would add is at some point, it would be good to really sit down and think about how we're going to measure success. The work ahead of us, really, you could think of it as project work. There are a number of initiatives, got to get people together, got to execute the plan. And so I do think at some point, it would be really good for us as staff and council to think about how do we measure our progress on this journey beyond executing work. And one of the things that I pay attention to is how often community members initiate work. So that's community members reaching out saying, hey, can we do this? Can we be a part of the deeds work? And I think that is a good sign as we start to see more and more community members kind of reach out and start doing their own work as well. So that would be one thing I would offer, to start thinking about how we're going to measure success as we move forward. But kudos to you, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Pierce. I've actually also had an opportunity to sit down with directors and really think and ask them what are data points that they're able to collect currently that have intersections with race and equity. And so that has been a conversation that is in the works, and really thinking about how do we measure our impact, and then really thinking about in a circle of transformation, how do we assess that what the work we really wanted to do was completed. If not, how do we kind of go back to that table and have those conversations? So that data point is really important, and we've been having those conversations.
Thank you. Manager Neal.
I just wanted to add to the conversation that we're starting to see the recognition of our diversity and inclusion, race and equity work uh, start to come up in places you might not expect. For example, we did a Don and I and Bill Neuendorf and others, Nick Anhut, did a credit rating call with Standard and Poor's today. And one of the questions we talked about was our diversity and inclusion work, our race and equity work that we're doing here. That was important to them as they assess what kind of credit risk we are as a city government. So we're going to see more and more of that kind of thing happen. And again, as Council Member Pierce noted, there are a lot of our peer cities that aren't doing much or anything in this field, and I think we're going to get some recognition from places you might not expect that this work is important.
Thank you, Manager Neal. Member Jackson.
Thank you, and congratulations, Heidi. 80% completion is a really exciting number, and I know you've been incredibly diligent in doing that. So congratulations, and thank you so much for all of your hard work. The question I have is, I know that the race equity advancement team is working on future topics, but what are the avenues for the public to weigh in on areas they'd like to see? Is it commission work? Is there some sort of input form where people can say, gosh, they're not looking at this and I wish they would?
It certainly is commission work. And then it also is, I've had folks call me directly as well, and really thinking about, how is that a relationship building piece? And getting different perspectives, and really thinking that is one of the main pieces in ways that community members can communicate what their needs are, what they're seeing. And it's really been a process also with the Human Rights and Relations Commission, because they are also the voice of the community, and they have brought in topics or feedback as well.
Terrific, thank you.
Ms. Lee, one of the things I was just sitting here thinking about was what Councilmember Pierce said about how we are going to measure our progress on this journey. And he alluded to the work that folks in our community are doing around this Just Deeds project, eliminating these restrictive covenants in their own deeds. And I run into people in my own building here that are heading up to Edina Title to and proudly going up there to get rid of that restrictive covenant. It strikes me that with all the other things that I'm hearing about that are going on in our community on sort of a grassroots level, that you might be a wonderful touch point for all of this, all of these activities, and at least somebody in town would know what's going on, because I think there are a lot of folks involved in diversity, inclusion, equity work, justice work that don't know everything that's going on, and they know what's going on in their own group. But I'm wondering if there's some way to share that information so others can build on that experience, because I think it will be almost an avalanche sort of effect if people understand what's happening out there at the grassroots level. And that, I don't know if that'll be a way to measure anything, but it certainly would be helpful to folks in our community.
Yeah, I would agree. I know that there's been different organizations that have contacted me just to ask what the city is doing. And so I've had opportunities to go ahead and just provide presentations for them. But I think that there is a lot of community work that is being done with race and equity. And it's really figuring out how to build collaboration with the city as well as the community when we're doing race and equity work, because everybody has different locus of control, thinking about what does that work look like.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. I think you might have people calling you if they knew that you were the touch point and saying, who's doing this kind of thing? Who's looking at this issue from this angle? Anyway.
And I do want to add, it's not just me that's doing this work. It's a lot of people that is making this work happen. So I just want to also thank them for all the work, whether it's the different commissions or the staff members.
Yep. Good point. Thank you. Any other council comments? Councilmember Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Heidi, I just wanted to mention something to you, just an observation personally. Number one, your report, your hard work reflects, I think, your educational administrative background. I know that you're organized and I know that you're working on this and it's clear. And what comes up for me is that when you know, organizationally, there are personality types, people that fall into sort of categories as you build organizations. One of them is a person who impacts, and you're one of those people. You're an impact player. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? All right. Well, thanks for being with us this evening. It's always good to have you with us.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
All right. Okay. Good night. All right. Now we are going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We've got two matters in front of us this evening. And Chris Hocker is going to introduce the first matter. The first matter is the request of Geneva Suites that has an existing facility over at 6222 Braeburn Circle, where they've got a home for 6 folks with disabilities, and they want to expand that capacity to 10. The Planning Commission recommended it not be approved for expansion, and they've now come to the City Council. I think Scott Hemingway, who is a resident of Edina and runs Geneva Suites, who operates a facility at 6222 Braeburn Circle, is going to speak with us this evening, as is a familiar face for many of us that have been on the council for a while. Bill Griffith, his attorney, wants to speak with us as well about their position with respect to why the council ought to be thinking about expanding their capacity over there. And as I said, this is a public hearing matter. We're going to take public testimony tonight, but as has been our practice in this virtual world that we're operating in, we're going to leave the public hearing open until May 26th, next Monday at noon, so people can get supplemental information submitted, and then we'll take this matter up at our June 1st, 2021 council meeting for resolution one way or the other. And I think so. Now I will call on Chris Hocker, our Assistant City Planner, to introduce Mr. Hemingway and Mr. Griffith. And so go ahead, Ms. Hocker.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint that I can share to introduce the topic from Planning Commission perspective. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is a public hearing for resolution number 2021-40 for an appeal of a request denied by the Planning Commission to increase residential occupancy from 6 residents to 10 for an existing group home with a maximum allowable 6 currently by state statute. The City Council is asked to consider an appeal of a variance request from Scott Hemingway, owner of the Geneva Suites, located at 6222 Braeburn Circle, for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Amendments Act to increase residential occupancy from the permitted 6 residents by state statute to the 10 residents in a group home facility. Geneva Suites has a Housing with Services certificate from the Minnesota Department of Health, offering assisted living services and dementia program through an agreement with a licensed home care provider. Subject property is 27,450 square feet in size and contains the Geneva Suites group home. The care facility was remodeled from a standard single dwelling unit in 2017 for the purposes of operating a group home care facility business, and it has operated as a group home since the remodel. The applicant is proposing a remodel to the interior of the 6-bedroom facility, and that is on the main floor here, to add an additional 4 bedrooms in the lower level. Federal Act prohibits discrimination related to housing against individuals on the basis of disability. Regarding cities, the Act prohibits discriminatory zoning or land use ordinances or decisions. A reasonable accommodation is a change, exception, or adjustment to a rule, policy, practice, or service that may be necessary for persons with disabilities to have an equal opportunity to use a dwelling. The variance application process is acting as a vehicle for the council to consider the reasonable accommodation. All of the following questions must be answered in the affirmative in order to grant the reasonable accommodation. The existence of a disability. Do the residents have a physical or mental impairment that substantially impacts a major life activity? Necessity. Will the variance request affirmatively enhance the quality of life of a person with a physical or mental impairment? And reasonableness. Is the accommodation request reasonable? In determining the reasonableness of the accommodation request, the council should apply the following criteria. Does the request impose an undue burden or expense on the city? Does the proposed use create a fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme? If the answer is to either of those questions is yes, the application is not reasonable and can be denied. So regarding disability, yes, the current and future residents of Geneva qualify as persons with a disability under the definition of the established act. Regarding necessity, 6 persons with disabilities currently enjoy equal opportunity to use and enjoy the dwelling. So demonstration that the accommodation is necessary requires showing that the desired accommodation will affirmatively enhance the quality of life of a disabled person by lessening the effects of the disability. So the Planning Commission concluded that Geneva did not show that increasing the resident limit to 10 persons would provide more enjoyment, more use, or more medical advantage for persons with disabilities. The Planning Commission believed the applicant presented insufficient evidence to the city indicating why the increase from 6 to 10 is necessary. Applicant presented insufficient evidence to indicate how allowing 10 residents at this location would enhance the quality of life or lessen the effects of the disability in a way that allowing 6 residents would not. So regarding reasonable, in determining whether the requested accommodation is reasonable, planning commissioners evaluated whether it imposed an undue burden or expense on the city or created fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme. A request will be considered reasonable only if the answers to both of those questions is no. An accommodation is not reasonable if it imposes undue financial administrative burdens, undue burden or expense included in any specialized burdens on municipal services, but any identified burden must be significantly more than the normal home or rise to a clear financial burden to the community. So fundamental alteration in the zoning scheme includes an accommodation is not considered reasonable if it requires a substantial and fundamental modification to the city's land use and zoning scheme. The Department of Justice and Department of Housing and Urban Development state that what is considered reasonable in one circumstance may not be reasonable in another. So for example, a 4-person home for disabled adults in a single family zone neighborhood is likely to be considered reasonable, but on the other hand, a 50-bed nursing home in a single family zone neighborhood is likely considered unreasonable. The city must consider the scope and magnitude of the modification requested and the features of the surrounding neighborhood to make a determination. The Planning Commission took into account emergency calls, maintenance and repair of the building, traffic and parking, garbage and recycling management, and character of the neighborhood when determining the relevancy. Planning Commission had concerns that the 66% increase in added number of residents to the home would increase the high volume of traffic flow and reliance upon on-street parking and would alter the zoning scheme. So parking currently occurs on the existing residential driveway and within the street when needed. The city customary home occupation ordinance states that all parking demands generated by a customary home occupation shall be accommodated in the accessory garage or normal driveway area. As indicated on the parking plan, cars stack within the driveway in 3 rows. If nothing is available within the driveway, residents, staff, visitors, maintenance crews, and delivery drivers will park in the street. Cars within the driveway could easily be boxed in by other cars and not be able to get out of the driveway easily. The increase to 10 residents within the home will have an increased parking demand. So I'm going to be showing you some pictures that were provided by residents that live along the cul-de-sac, and these are more recent pictures or photos from months of April and May. The increase to 10 residents within the home will have an increased demand on the on-site traffic flow and parking, and increased on-site parking, altering the character of the neighborhood and creating more of the appearance of a commercial medical operation within the residential zoning district. If the decision is made to grant the accommodation, reasonable terms and conditions designed to improve the use may be imposed, provided they meet the general nexus and proportionality requirements. Whether the council grants the accommodation or deny the accommodation, findings and conclusions must be made on record to ensure that a reviewing court can determine whether the decision is reasonable. Regarding the Planning Commission recommendation, the Commission denied the requested variance to allow an increase from 6 to 10 residents in the existing home care group home facility at 6222 Braeburn Circle at their April 14th Planning Commission meeting with 6 A votes and 1 nay vote based on the following findings. According to the Fair Housing Act, it is unlawful to refuse to make reasonable accommodation when such accommodation is necessary to afford disabled persons equal opportunity to use and enjoy the dwelling. The issues of whether the group home should be allowed to operate in its current location, whether this group home provides a valuable resource to the community, and whether the group home affirmatively enhances the quality of life of disabled persons by lessening the effects of their disabilities is not in dispute. The city acknowledges and supports the fact that this group home provides valuable resource to the community and enhances the quality of life of disabled persons. The sole question is whether an increase in residents from 6 to 10 is reasonable and necessary under the Fair Housing Amendments Act. The proposed accommodation to increase occupancy from 6 to 10 residents is not reasonable because it would fundamentally alter the zoning scheme to change the neighborhood character. Namely, the increase in the volume of traffic parking will alter the essential residential character of the neighborhood. There are other group homes nearby that also accommodate 6 residents, and they operate successfully. The proposed accommodation to increase occupancy from 6 to 10 residents is not shown to be necessary under the applicable legal standard because there's not sufficient showing that increasing the limit to 10 persons is necessary to provide additional enjoyment, benefit, or use of the resident for a disabled person. Section 36-1254A5 of the city's customary home occupation ordinance states that all parking demands generated by the use shall be accommodated within the accessory garage and normal driveway area. As indicated on the parking plan, cars stack within the driveway in 3 rows. If nothing is available, residents, staff, visitors, maintenance crews, and delivery drivers will park in the street. The increase to 10 residents within the home will have an increased demand on traffic flow and on-site parking and increased street parking, altering the character of the neighborhood and creating more of an appearance of a commercial medical operation within a residential zoning district. And with that, I will stop and try to answer any questions that you have. We have David Fisher, our Chief Building Official, present. Also, Scott Hemingway, the property owner, and William Griffith, the owner's attorney, present, who will have their own presentation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Acker. I understand that you've told Mr. Hemingway and Mr. Griffith they'll have about 15 minutes to make their presentation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then does anyone on the council have a question at this point in time for Ms. Acker with respect to her presentation and the Planning Commission decision? Okay, Ms. Acker, stand by.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to Mr. Hemingway and Mr. Griffith for their presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Hovland, council members and staff. I appreciate your time tonight. We are here today not because this was part of some long-term plan. No, quite the contrary. We are here today because a series of events presented to us led us to this point. The point where we must recognize the importance of being neighborly, making decisions based on fact, not speculation, and most importantly, the rights of those who have disabilities. People with disabilities have the right to be treated as equal for housing and not reduced to the softly spoken verbiage of not in my neighborhood and definitely not on my street. Regardless of the past decisions and outside influences, now is the time we make the right decision, the decision to support the rights of people with disabilities that have equal access to housing. Last fall, a wonderful family of 3, through their compassionate advisor, Rebecca, came to us seeking a place where they could live together under one roof and receive the care they need and deserve. After hearing their story, our contractor, who by the way worked with the same city staff a few years ago when we did our first remodel, applied and was granted a permit. Then, out of the blue, about a month or so later, the project that began with a promise of hope for this family that was to be completed by February suddenly churned. The Edina State Planning Commission agree that the people living in the home have various disabilities. This home for people with disabilities is necessary. In a report dated April 14, 2021, the Assistant City Planner was clear when she wrote, quote, whether this group home provides a valuable resource to the community and whether this group home affirmatively enhances the quality of life of disabled persons by lessening the effects of their disabilities are not in dispute. We agree, hence the need. The desire to live with peers is fundamentally human. I've spoken to many group homeowners, and they're constantly full like us, constantly turning people away. We've turned 6 people away this month already, and the need is only growing. We outlined, and it's in your packet of information labeled braeburn staffing, caregivers, nurses total. The total staff would remain at 4. Our current model allows the 4th person to come and go in the morning and then again in the evening. The new model would have the 4th person stay all day, reducing the traffic in the neighborhood. We are and continue to be at a higher staff to resident ratio than most peers in our industry. Also, the food, supply, and medical deliveries will all remain the same, resulting in no change to the schedule, and again, no change in traffic volume. The Edina City Police Chief said, quote, we haven't responded to any parking complaints for about 2 years. I don't have any concerns about the parking on the street, unquote. We listened and considered the issues from the neighbors that correlate to the outdated photos presented, and we've addressed them appropriately, as the chief commented by saying there's been no issues for a couple of years. As we hope you can see, we're proactive and we desire to be good neighbors. The facts are that a small increase of 4 disabled residents in the neighborhood would not fundamentally alter the zoning scheme or change the character of the neighborhood. In response to concerns about visitors from the neighbors, the mayor and city staff, we have already verbally agreed to keep visitation policies the same they have been during COVID as it relates to number of visitors at a time. Again, this will keep traffic and parking similar to what it has been over the past year without any complaints. Our home on Braeburn has had, on average, 1 call to the city per resident per year. We looked this up and talked to other group homeowners, and this volume is very consistent not only with our other 6 homes, but with other group homes in Minnesota. Of course, during any small sample period of time, those numbers could be more or less. What's important is to look at the entire time period and the statistics reveal a small number of calls. According to Edina's assistant fire chief, from an emergency response perspective, we can handle the increased calls, unquote. Adding 4 disabled residents to this home and the neighborhood is reasonable. Most homes are not large like this, and they would not be able to accommodate 10 people. In this case, however, we have the opportunity to accommodate more people without developing another home in the city of Edina and effectively doubling the traffic. This has a better economic and environmental impact on our clients and the neighborhood. Since the Planning Commission meeting, we engaged with an outside professional architect firm in which plans were submitted to the city regarding any adjustments or upgrades to the home. The only changes to the exterior would potentially be an outside walking area on the side of the house, which is not visible from the street, along with a dedicated handicap spot. Any changes to the home would be internal and would not fundamentally alter the zoning scheme or change the character of the neighborhood. For reasons unknown to us, questions persist regarding necessary changes to the home within the scope response from the city staff. We've maintained all along that we're happy to move through it, but it seems the fear of the potential unknown is being used to distract from the facts. Lastly, we have an opportunity to encourage and foster a welcoming community where neighbors work together. The community is equally accessible to all. We are fully committed and will act appropriately to honor and support those who not only live in our homes, but in the community as well. We agree it needs to be a safe place for people to live, including those with disabilities. Make no mistake, this is about reasonable access and accommodation for people with disabilities. People asking to live in this home, in this neighborhood, have the right to do so, just like any other family in this neighborhood. Approving this request to allow just 4 people with disabilities to have access to live in this house is, without exception, the right thing to do. Thank you again. And I'd like to have Bill Griffith to use the remaining portion of our time. And Bill is counsel for Geneva Suites. Thank you, Bill, for being on the call. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hemingway. Mr. Griffith, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a new house, so it's echoing a little bit. Tomorrow the furniture will arrive and it won't be so loud. But thank you again for giving us this time this evening. I think it's really important to put some of the context that Mr. Hemingway gave you into the findings that are required by the Federal Fair Housing Act and outlined by your city staff. So I'm going to repeat some of the material, but in the context of the required findings. The first one is met, according to your city staff. We would agree the residents are disabled. The next one is whether it is necessary. And staff or whoever put together the findings indicate that we have not made a showing that it is necessary. I would point out, in fact, that we have provided written testimony from the family that's under contract to move into this house. It's unusual that the family would be a mother, a father, and a disabled son. The mother's disabled, the son is disabled, and the father is elderly and caring for his disabled family members. They were simply delighted when they discovered that this was an opportunity for them to live in a residential home with care, with services. That is, in fact, demand. That is, in fact, need. And it is very difficult to find this type of setting, not only in Edina, but throughout the metropolitan area. That was also supported by the recent letter from Hennepin County, from Tim Sullivan, from the Hennepin County Human Services Department, indicating that this type of housing with services is very necessary to serve this type of clientele. In addition, we have letters from Rebecca Reich, who's the guardian for the family, and other residents who are currently living at the Geneva Suites. So it is our statement and our belief that we have met that finding and that burden to prove that this type of housing is necessary. I think one of the comments was, well, 6 people are living there today, so doesn't that mean we're providing housing for these individuals? That is correct. But the Federal Fair Housing Act focuses on the disabled people who would like to live in this setting. And as Mr. Hemingway said, there is ample room in this. This is a large home, 5,500 square feet, unusually large, with an unfinished lower level. That lower level was permitted to be finished by the city of Edina. And I would point out for the record that those bedrooms were labeled as bedrooms. So if there's any question about what was the purpose of the remodeling, it was obviously to provide additional bedrooms in the home. So we believe, in fact, that we've made that showing, and that finding can be made. The next one is with regard to well, there was a statement in the finding that there would be no increase in staffing. In fact, I want to point out for the record, as Mr. Hemingway stated earlier, that there will be an increase in staffing hours. One of the staff members will, instead of working a split shift, will work a full-time shift at the house. Not only does this add staffing hours, but it decreases the number of trips to and from the home on the street. The next point that's made in the findings is that this would fundamentally alter the zoning scheme by making this a multi-dwelling unit or a multi-dwelling building. I want to point out that, in fact, it is a single dwelling. It provides in a single dwelling up to, if approved, housing up to 10 people with services. And so to say simply going from 6 to 10 makes it a multi-family, multi-dwelling unit is not, in fact, the case. Further, the emphasis on the number of calls in the next finding, or part of the same finding, those calls increased, maybe due to COVID, I'm not entirely sure, but the calls increased in the last couple of months. But on average, over all of the dwellings that Geneva Suites runs, The average is 1 call per resident per year. Now, normally I don't testify about my own experience, but I lived next to a group home for 19 years. My family resided there, and it was not unusual for an ambulance, a service call to come up. Generally, there were not sirens, there might be lights, but if you live in a setting like this, you understand that disabled residents need service. And so as someone who lived next to a group home for 19 years, you understand that, and it becomes part of the neighborhood. Certainly, any one of us would want to be able to have that call for service if needed. So the average call for service is about 1 call per year per resident, and that's experienced over all of the properties. The next thing I want to talk about is the reference to parking. Now you can look at those pictures. Some of them are a couple years old. Some of them apparently are more recent, as staff stated. Obviously, there's a need to park staff. But if the staffing is not going to increase and the number of trips is actually going to decrease, then we do not expect to have additional parking needs due to the increase in residents. Further, all but one of the residents do not drive. And then the other thing that Geneva Suites stated on the record is that they will keep the program that they put into place for the pandemic, which is to schedule visitors so that there are no more than 2 or 3 a day to the site. And that's a commitment that they will make, and that could be a reasonable condition of approval of this request. And so based upon our prior testimony and the testimony this evening, not only would there be no increased trips due to staffing, there will be no increased trips due to deliveries because those are made 3 times a week in the afternoon. And so you just increase the amount of food and supplies on the truck. You don't have to increase the number of deliveries. And so finally, with a visitor program in place that caps the visitors at the COVID level, there's no increase in visitors.
We have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. So finally, the last point that I want to make is the statement regarding the additional residents. The additional residents, the focus of the Federal Fair Housing Act, again, is to make accommodation not just for the 6 people that live there, but for other people who may want to live there. And it's reasonable because this house can accommodate up to 10 people. Many of us know large families that have 9, 10, 11 kids. They might have, my brother has as many cars in his driveway as you saw in those pictures. And those people, those very same people would be allowed to live in this neighborhood. And so when focusing on this reasonable accommodation, would a large family of say 9 or 10 kids be able to live in this home? Yes, they would. Should these residents also be able to live in this home? We believe they should. And just wrapping up, Mr. Mayor and Council, we believe that this application meets the required findings under the Federal Act and should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you.
Are there questions from council members for either Ms. Ocker or Mr. Hemingway or Mr. Griffith at this point in time? Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, this is a question for Ms. Ocker. You know, when we did our learning about variances and the standards and everything, the variances on a regular piece of property run with the land. Would this variance run with the land, or is it just for this particular use? Because this is a different standard under the disability.
It's a different standard. I think I'd rather have the city attorney answer that question.
Okay. Mr. Kendall, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, it's my Councilmember Jackson. This is not a typical variance. We're just utilizing the variance process as a way to process this request for accommodation under the federal statute. So this accommodation would apply to this particular use. If there were to be a different use in the future, the council would have to review the accommodation on that basis because it's specific to the request for accommodation.
And would it be specific to this operator?
That's an interesting question. I think it would because it's so fact specific. The court cases interpreting this have said that it's specific to this particular request. So I think it would, if it changed hands and a different operator came in, unless they were operating exactly the same way, I think the council would have to review that for whether that particular operation qualified for accommodation in the same way that the previous one did.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Other questions, questions or comments by council members at this point in time? Mr. Griffith, can you come back on? I'll get a couple of things I want to try to make sure I understand.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So when Ms. Acker was making her presentation, if my notes are right here, she said that under the Federal Fair Housing Amendments Act, the FHA, as you call it, necessary, the use of the word necessary requires a showing that the desired accommodation will affirmatively enhance the quality of life of disabled persons by lessening the effects of the disability. And the findings of the Planning Commission were that you didn't make that showing. Would you explain to me again why you thought you did make that showing?
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you. The reason we think we meet the showing in particular, first of all, we provided written and verbal testimony of the great need and demand, but there's a very specific instance in this case where 3 individuals were under contract based upon the issuance of a building permit by the city of Edina to move into this facility after the renovations were completed. They have been looking, along with their guardian, Rebecca Reich, for several months for any kind of housing that would allow them to live together as a family within a residence with services. And this was the only such facility that they could find that would provide that opportunity to them. And so there's a very specific need for 3 individuals, 2 of whom are disabled. 1 is elderly, caring for the 2 disabled individuals. So that's a very specific instance where people were under contract who meet the requirements of the federal act to live in this home. And that's been denied when the stop work order was issued by the city, and then we availed ourselves of this variance process.
So your position is that this doesn't have anything to do, the necessary standards doesn't have anything to do with people that already live there. It has to do with people that could prospectively live there.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yes, that's very accurate. If you look at the cases that interpret the federal act, it's for those who might want to live in this facility but cannot without a reasonable accommodation.
Did you cite some of those cases in your correspondence to the council?
We did. We had 3 different letters, one with our initial application, one when we went to Planning Commission, and again when we petitioned the City Council.
I don't mean the letters from people that were supporting you. I mean case law, case citations.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the letters I referred to were all from my office.
All right, and then I want to make sure I understand this correctly too. So one of the questions was, does it would the change from 6 people to 10 people cause a fundamental change in the zoning scheme? Your argument is that it would not, even though, from what I understand, the code says that it's still it's an R1 zone, and an R1 zone. Under the statute designed or under the ordinance, that's 1 to 6 people. But when you go from 6 to 10 people, that changes it to a multi-dwelling or multi-family dwelling designation under our ordinances. And you're saying that doesn't make sense to you, at least the way I understood what you were telling us, is that it's still a single dwelling. It's not a multi-family dwelling. It's a single dwelling with multiple people from different families in it. Is that the distinction you were trying to draw?
Mr. Mayor, a couple of distinctions. First of all, the 6 individuals per dwelling is a statute that is basically a zoning statute that protects group homes for 6 or fewer. So it's a permitted use allowed as a matter of right. That isn't a ceiling on the number of individuals who can be in that unit. It's a floor. The second point is the Federal Fair Housing Act allows for reasonable accommodation for more individuals, and that's also in the case law. And the final point that I was making to you this evening is more practical. When you have a single dwelling like the home on Braeburn that accommodates individuals, it doesn't suddenly become a multiple dwelling unit by virtue of the number of individuals. The last point I would make is some of the testimony that was provided at the Planning Commission relates to the building code. We are not asking for a reasonable accommodation under the building code. We are asking for a reasonable accommodation under your zoning code, and I want to make that distinction. So thank you for your questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I hope I've addressed them.
Yeah, that was helpful. And then what you're saying with respect to parking and traffic is that there'd be no increase in number of trips due to staffing hours, how you're going to adjust those. No increase in deliveries. There'd just be more significant quantities of food delivered because you'd have more people living there with those 3 trips per week. And then I thought you were indicating that if you impose your COVID pandemic restrictions on visitors, there would be no increase in the number of visitors, even though you had 10 people there instead of 6. Do I understand you correctly on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the statement of Scott Hemingway and his staff is that they are willing to self-impose a condition, or the city could certainly impose a condition with the variance that we continue to maintain the current level of visitors. It's been regulated due to COVID, and they've created a scheduling system that has worked quite well that allows families to visit, but visit in fewer numbers. And I think as an accommodation to the neighborhood, to the city, that could be a permanent condition at this house.
All right. One final question. If the city council said a reasonable accommodation in our mind is 7 people or 8 people, but not 10 people, is that in your mind a reasonable accommodation under the federal law?
Mr. Mayor, I would say no for a couple of reasons. First of all, we've got this very specific instance of a family under contract. But second, the house can accommodate up to 10 people. And so if you look at a similar home in Edina that could accommodate, say, 5,500 square feet, could accommodate up to 10 people, you cannot treat a family, this group of residents, differently than you would treat another family in Edina, albeit a large family, albeit a family that has higher parking demands. I have to admit that some of my own family members would qualify. So the distinction is if a single family could occupy this home with 10 individuals and have, live here reasonably, then you have to allow the disabled the same accommodation. And one thing I would point out in that regard is I contacted the police department to find out about, how long someone could park on the street and whether visitors could park on the street. And certainly any visitors to your home, my home, could park on the street if I lived in Edina, but you do live in Edina. If you had a family gathering, they could park on the street. I think it's you can't park overnight. It may not be more than 4 or 5 hours. I can't remember the exact number of hours. And the police went on to say that they enforce that by complaint. And so there were calls several years ago that was brought to the attention of the managers of this facility. They put into place a parking program, and there have not been calls in 2 years.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions I had. Did that prompt any questions from other council members before we open up the public hearing? All right. Thank you, Mr. Hemingway and Mr. Griffith and staff. Now we're going, Member Anderson, excuse me. I heard that chuckle and there's your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Griffith, you could answer this perhaps, or even Mr. Hemingway. I'm trying to understand your visitor policy a little bit better. So you're anticipating, and it really goes to traffic and activity in the neighborhood. So if I understand this correctly, you, by increasing the capacity of your facility, could control the number of visitors that come there just by spacing them. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilmember Anderson. The pandemic has produced a result that I think people would say is favorable. and that's scheduling visitors to make sure that they're not coming at all times, that they're not kind of bunching up, so to speak. And so because of that, the operators know that they can put into place a schedule for visitors that would maintain the current level. And so that's, perhaps one benefit of the last year.
I see. So I don't want to spend too much time on this point. It just is. It's a bit incongruent to me. It feels to me as if you currently have 6 residents with X number of visitors scheduled accordingly, that with 10, the family of 3, then plus another, you would, just by the numbers alone, would have more demand for visitation. I think that's accurate.
That is correct. I think the condition that would self-impose or have the city impose is that as a result of this request for reasonable accommodation, we have to continue to maintain the current level of visitors. And that can be done through this scheduling process. Mr. Hemingway is on the line as well and could answer probably in more detail, but that's certainly the commitment that we're willing to make tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I don't want to belabor the issue. I'm a little foggy about it, to be candid. I just think it feels as if when the restrictions of the pandemic are lifted, and group homes, facilities such as yours, I have family members with handicaps, and one of whom lived quite a long time in a group home. And there were no restrictions there in visitation. I think when restrictions are put on, inevitably, that to me means that each individual resident would have fewer visitors than in the past if that's limited. And so to me, that begins to impact that quality of life. Now, I'm happy to be corrected on that. But it's a point of view at least, and I'm wide open to suggestion on it.
Mr. Hemingway is on the line and can maybe answer your question, council member.
Sure.
Mr. Hemingway, I think you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Anderson. It is very common for any of our homes to have a fairly limited number of visitors coming to the home at any given time. Imposing, I guess that's probably a bad word. I don't really see it as an imposition. Having up to 2 or 3 visitors at any given time is really not a stretch at all for us. Quite honestly, and it's kind of sad, but there's a lot of family members that either live far away or they're just not around. When we're working with people that are elderly, oftentimes their kids might be in a different area of the country, and there's just not a lot of time to visit. We want to accommodate their visit, so it's not necessarily saying we can only do a certain number of visits per day. It's more about limiting the number of people that can come at any one time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, one other question. If I'm hearing this accurately, you are prompted to make the variance request because of a family who would like to move into your facility there. Accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So if that family were to, and I don't know how your contracts run, if the family were to say move out in 3 months or 4 months or a year, we still would have increased the capacity in your facility. Would you expect that to continue?
Thank you for the question. So there's not only a family of 3, but there's also another person that signed on as well. As I mentioned in my statement, we've already turned away 6 people just this month. The need is very, very high, and the need seems to be increasing more and more towards smaller homes like these rather than the larger facilities, mainly due to the COVID. But there's some distinct advantages that we provide. So Yes, the need certainly is there, and I really don't see it discontinuing at all, ever.
No, I agree with your statement that customized care is preferable without question. I agree with that. Okay, thank you so much for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to segue back on that unless other council members, Staunton, did you have your hand up? Okay. Mr. Griffith, you said, and Mr. Hemingway, we've got him on the phone now or on the call. The city can impose a number of visitor conditions like Geneva Homes imposed during the pandemic itself voluntarily, but we haven't heard what those conditions were that you imposed on visitors during the pandemic. What were they?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. We permitted up to 6 visitors prior to this at any given time, and during or pre-COVID, I should say. And since then, it's been at 3. And there have been times where, of course, we weren't allowed to permit any visitors.
So it went from 6 visitors per day pre-COVID to 3 visitors per day during COVID.
Right, and that was, again, 6 visitors in at any given time during the day is we just rarely ever see that.
And is that three visitors total per day or 3 visitors per occupant per day?
At 3 visitors at any given time. So they could be coming in one car. There could be 3 separate visitors, but it's 3 visitors at any given time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, this is a public hearing matter. And bear with me a minute here. And I want to make sure that folks know that they can call in now. And the number is 800-374-0221, conference ID 1193697. Operator will ask your name and street address. We'll get you in the queue to speak. Director Benarott will bring you in before the council, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And if you've already submitted things to us in writing and you prefer to just stand with the writing, that's fine too, or you can go ahead and give us a call. All your testimony is going to be equally important to us in terms of how it's received and how it's weighed. So, Director Benarott, do we have anybody waiting to testify?
Hello again. We do have a number of people on the line and several already in the queue. For those of you who have connected to the conference and would like to testify in this public hearing matter, please remember to press star or the asterisk key, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. Not pound or the hash mark, the asterisk and then number 1. That will get you into the queue to speak. If you want to withdraw from making a comment, that's when you press that pound key. But with that, our first speaker tonight is Mr. Bill Bailey. Operator, will you please unmute the line of Mr. Bill Bailey? And Bill, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Your line is now open.
Yes, hello. My name is Bill Bailey. My address is 4808 East Sunny Slope. I might be calling at the wrong time. Is this a public hearing on the Braeburn Circle project, or I am calling specifically about the Perkins project?
Yeah, Mr. Bailey, we'll have to have you call back in when we start that matter. We're not starting that matter yet. This is just solely the Braeburn Circle matter.
Thanks for the clarification. I'll call back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Mr. Kirk Adelin. Operator, will you please unmute his line? And then Kirk, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
I'm guessing that Dr. Kirk Holland is also calling about the Perkins matter.
Yep. I'm just trying to get in the queue, but yeah, waiting for the Perkins project.
All right. Yeah. All right. You'll have to call back in. Thanks, Dr. Dolan.
Okay, so anybody who's in the queue ready to speak for that second public hearing, you can press the pound key on your telephone keypad and that will take you out of the queue. And then when it's time for you to speak for that public hearing, you'll press *1 on your telephone keypad. Our next speaker is Mr. Martin Stanchfield. Operator, will you please unmute Martin's line? And then Martin, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Your line is now open.
Mr. Stansfield, are you with us?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Yep, I'm here. I was on mute.
All right. Yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
Martin
Stansfield,
Stansfield,
you're in
6212.
front of the council now. Would you give us your address, please?
Yes, 6212 Braeburn Circle.
Thank you.
So my concern, I'm right here on the street where the house is, and listening to the testimony of Scott and his attorney brought up a few things. I had a few other things to say, but a few things came to mind. Is he mentioned neighbors work together, but we've never seen Scott. Scott's never come door to door in the neighborhood. He's never come to us, never attended any meetings with us. He's never addressed our concerns. So I don't understand his neighbors work together statement. The other thing too, they were talking about the contract for permit where they put in the variance request for 3. Well, that was stopped because they didn't pull a permit. So there's a couple things there too. In my closing time, what I'd like to do is you can go online, caring.com, yelp.com, and there are testimonies from individuals that have had people in the residence. And I just want to read a few of those. This is from caring.com. Anybody can go look at it. It's not a very nice place. The bathroom was across the hall, and it's a public restroom. That bothered him a lot, the resident. He was given 2 incorrect medications that were for different residents living there. What happened on Sunday? That happened on Sunday. We didn't find out till Wednesday, and I'm still upset about it. The owner never called me back regarding that incident. They also did not help him with physical therapy. He has memory issues, and we were told that they had highly trained professionals that knew how to deal with Alzheimer's. We were told that there would be PT and that they would do exercises with him. Those things did not happen. He never did exercise unless the PT came, and nobody was there to watch them. Every time I called, he was in his room alone, and we've heard that a lot from other residents. They did not take him out to the dining room. He never did activities there. Another Yelp review says, my concerns were with the very poor communication. I was not informed of overnight staff being cut to 1 person, which would be a problem if there was a fire, or if a patient needed a second person to transfer. A nurse gave me information on the wrong patient. I was not informed of dental services no longer being provided, and when the physician services were changed to a new provider. There was never any reply from the owner when I tried to contact her via email or phone. Another family had the same issue. I have never received a condolence call or a card when my brother passed.
30
So
seconds remaining.
They're looking for an additional 4 people, and it looks like they're having a tough time even servicing the 6 with the type of quality that they're saying they want to provide. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stansfield.
Our next caller tonight is Laura Estes. Operator, will you please unmute her line? And again, Laura, as before, please start by stating your full name and address for the record.
Laura Estes, 6222 Braeburn Circle, Edina, Minnesota, 55439. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I've lived at Braeburn Circle for over 2 years and would like to feel as if I'm part of the community at the Geneva Suites. The Geneva Suites has done an excellent job in caring for me during the time spent here and has always been willing to adjust as necessary in addressing my needs as a person. I'm aware of the plan to add 4 more bedrooms at the lower level of Braeburn. Being a disabled person myself, limited in my ability to interact with people in person, the addition of 4 more people will allow me the opportunity to interact with more people and increase my quality of life and social connections. I've lived with several group homes in the area and assisted living facilities around town. The Geneva Suites provides best care, environment, and location by far. The Geneva Suites, I finally feel, treats me like a person, and I like to matter. It treats me like I matter, and far more than any other group home or facility even comes close to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Estes.
Our next caller is Mr. Randy Sawatsky. Operator, will you please unmute Randy's line? And Randy, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Randy Sawatsky. I live at 6214 Braeburn Circle. Can you hear me okay?
We can, Mr. Sawatsky.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This business at 6222 Braeburn Circle has been a nuisance to the residents of our street since it was opened. The volume and speed of the traffic and the parking issues have been ongoing, although they do vary in severity from day to day. The middle of the night visits seem to be consistent, as though I still have no idea what their purpose may be. Issues like caregivers smoking marijuana prior to work in front of our homes and strangers walking into our homes without permission come and go as the staff and residents of Geneva Suites turn over. The one thing we can be sure of is that as one of the problems cures itself, it'll soon be replaced by another issue for the residents of Braeburn Circle to deal with. Now, more recently, the morning after the April 14th Planning Commission meeting, we saw several changes made to the parking situation and other situations at 6222 Braeburn Circle. Cars were being moved in and out of the driveway in order to keep some of the cars off of the street. A few days later, a camera was installed on the roof of 6222 Braeburn Circle, overlooking the driveway and front yard. Anecdotally, it seems like this installation slowed or diminished to some extent the late night visits to the property. To my knowledge, this is the first time Mr. Hemingway or any of his management staff have responded to any of the neighborhood concerns about his business. Yet he has never taken the time to reach out to the neighbors, nor has he made any efforts to demonstrate real concern for the neighborhood. It seems to me that his efforts after April 14th were just to temporarily fix issues in preparation for this appeal. I believe the next logical question would be, what happens after the City Council renders its decision on June 1st, be it positive or negative?
30
Do we
seconds
go back
remaining.
to the Wild West? Will we go back to the Wild West where no oversight or operations or concerns for the neighborhood? I'll skip to the last thing here. I have 3 requests of the council, and I'll try to get them out quickly. Number 1, I request that the council deny the request from Geneva Suites to increase the maximum number of residents at 6222 Braeburn Circle. Number 2, I request that the City of Edina install traffic counting equipment on Braeburn Circle and other cul-de-sacs with a similar number of residences to compare the amount of traffic and prepare a report of how this may or may not have affected the quality of life on Braeburn Circle. Number 3,
Time is expired.
I request the City of Edina perform some sort of oversight of Geneva Suites regarding the care of their residents and the business's interaction with the community on a regular basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sawatsky.
Our next caller is Julie Stanchfield. Operator, will you please unmute Julie's line? And Julie, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Julie Stanchfield, and I'm at 6212 Braeburn Circle. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Well, as you heard, my next door neighbor stated the fact that he witnessed one of the employees of Geneva Suites smoke pot right in front of his yard, and this employee then proceeded to walk into the group home and care for medically fragile adults. This happened on multiple occasions until he told them to knock it off, but then they proceeded to move their smoking activities down to the bottom of the street and were smoking in the car in front of one of our other neighbors who has 2 young children, and this made her very uncomfortable, as she stated in the last planning committee meeting. We also talked about the fact that there were regular visits to the home around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning by someone in a small passenger sedan. And this was very concerning to us as neighbors because this wasn't a shift change, nor was it a medical visit, which begs the question, what's going on at 3 o'clock in the morning up at this home? What was really alarming to us, however, was the fact that Mr. Hemingway had no idea that these activities were taking place, as he stated in the last meeting. So there is obviously no professional supervision whatsoever of these employees in the evening hours, which is why none of these activities were ever brought to his attention, which begs the question, what kind of care are these 6 medically fragile adults receiving when an employee is attempting to care for them while high on marijuana on numerous occasions? One of the greater concerns, however, is what kind of precedent this would set if Geneva Suites were given the variance. Because other group homes in the city would want to follow suit as well, citing concerns for the need of care. But the concern is that people would be purchasing larger homes in Edina, turning them into small medical facilities in our residential neighborhoods. I'm sure that the council is aware of the fact that Mr. Hemingway applied for a building permit and proceeded to begin the process of adding an elevator and creating 4 additional bedrooms, bringing the total to 10. Okay. However, he never informed the city that he was attempting to add residents to this facility, nor did he ask for permission to do so, knowing full well that the limit is 6. He already had people under contract and was attempting to build these additional bedrooms, place the residents in them without asking for permission, which we feel is incredibly unethical. And the only reason that we are here discussing this is because one of the neighbors asked the construction workers what was going on. And then a call was made to the city to inform them of what Mr. Hemingway was attempting to do, which then forced him to apply for a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanfield.
Our next speaker tonight is Ms. Lori Groats. Operator, will you please unmute Lori's line? And Lori, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
My name is Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. Mr. Griffith says that this is a residential home. However, the state of Minnesota recognized it as a multifamily dwelling. Our building official, Mr. Fisher, has to follow Minnesota building code. And when you have a facility that has more than 6 residents in it, now it's recognized as multifamily, and it has different building code requirements than a residential facility. A couple of them that Mr. Fisher had mentioned were fire suppression. They need a different type of sprinkler system in the building. And then it was also, I don't remember if he called it a burn rate. I would call it a burn rate for suppression, so that fire, how long it takes fire to go through the walls. And so to accommodate for that, one of the ways to accomplish it would be to add another layer of sheetrock within all of the rooms. Now, heaven forbid, if you have somebody with dementia and you're going to bring in sheetrock and you're going to start doing construction in there, no. So to me, it's the state of Minnesota that's saying this is a multifamily dwelling. It has different code requirements in the state of Minnesota trumps the city. The city has to follow the state of Minnesota building code as a minimum. As far as Fair Housing Act goes, I see these additional people as being on a waiting list. And I don't think the Fair Housing Act for accommodation covers a waiting list. You have a facility that has 6 rooms. These people can be on a waiting list. They can wait until 3 open up. It's up to the property owner if he wants to hold a room for these people. The contractor, when he finally submitted for a permit, he submitted it as residential. And Mr. Hemingway owns many of these facilities in town, and he knows that it's 6 residents at a maximum. You can't be submitting it as a residential because once you've gone past 6, it's no longer residential.
Thanks,
I don't
Ms. Gross.
live near this property, but thank you for your time. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 4 people left in the queue, but we have a lot more people on the line. So as a reminder to those who are listening, if you would like to testify in this matter, please press *1 to get in the queue. If you're on the line for the next public hearing, just wait until we get to that point in the agenda and then please press *1. With that, our next speaker tonight is Ms. Laura Sawatsky. Operator, will you please unmute Laura's line? And then Laura, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Lori Sawatsky. Can everyone hear me?
We can, Laura.
Hey, hello. I live at 6214 Braeburn Circle, and I'm calling in tonight to offer 3 reasons why the Edina City Council should deny the Geneva Suites request. For the very first, we do think that this will further violate our neighborhood's original zoning scheme. I believe this proposal does violate the FHA Act, that it does fundamentally alter the original land use and zoning of the home and the neighborhood. Even at 6 residents, Geneva Suites has destroyed the nature of our street, which is a cul-de-sac on a steep hill. There's only one way in and one way out, meaning that the constant traffic, the ambulances and the police cars, the extra noise, and the crush of parked cars is in a very restricted setting. It's destroyed the peace and quiet of a street that was designed originally to be peaceful and quiet. And just to be clear, there have been complaints to the police regarding traffic and parking in the last 2 years and as recently as this last month. It is tragic that our kids aren't allowed the freedom to congregate at the top of a cul-de-sac or to bike without facing dangerous traffic and encountering unfriendly strangers. It's outrageous that we can't come and go without fear of getting hit by careless group home employees who speed up our road. And it's not the same environment that my family chose to move to 7 years ago. Adding 4 additional people with all the extraneous visitors that would come with them would make this much worse, even at the ridiculous COVID restrictions that Mr. Hemingway is hoping to impose. Second, it risks further harm to the quality of life of the current residents that live there today. Mr. Hemingway's claims to have compassion for the disabled and a desire to provide superior care contradicts feedback that we've received from a wide variety of sources. Family members of former residents and even a current resident reached out to us, citing very concerning treatment by staff and general negligence by management. Safety violations, severe weight loss, drug mismanagement, untrained caregivers are just a few of the issues mentioned. Former employees substantiate these claims. If you go to Indeed.com, Geneva Suites has a very low 2.4 overall rating by former employees. One employee who worked at the Edina location stated, very poor management, only care about the budget, hire people who never have worked in healthcare. Very tricky, they will look for new people to hire and then fire workers once they have a replacement. No one other than the director of nursing in the office knows about healthcare. I would never put a loved one there. In my view, adding former residents could cause further negligence to the residents already living there. And third, I believe this sets a concerning precedent for the city of Edina. It would be a shame to see this approach extend to other neighborhoods. The challenges we face could infiltrate the entire Edina community. What's more, there are 3 other group homes in our neighborhood, 2 within just a 2-block radius of Geneva Suites. I don't believe any neighborhood can sustain 4 group homes in such a narrow footprint and still maintain the original intent for the zone. Adding former residents to Geneva Suites just simply exacerbates the problem. Mayor Hovland and the council members, please deny this request and work with us to set a more stringent guidelines for group homes in Edina. Let's protect both our communities, frail adults, and our neighborhoods. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Swatsky.
I apologize for the likely mispronunciation of our next caller's name. Operator, will you please unmute the line of Ms. Shelley Sygosis? And Shelley, again, I'm sorry, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, my name is Shelley Sahoyas, and you were close. It was almost there. I live at 6228 Braeburn Circle, and I would like to start out with addressing two of the comments that were made. One was by Mr. Hemingway. I think he started out his presentation, a group home, not in my neighborhood and not in my community. I think he needs to have a clear understanding of what Braeburn Circle and Braeburn Circle's community looks like. Myself and my husband, we actually service long-term health care, people in group homes and in nursing homes, because we have a heart for that, and that's how we make our living. The gentleman that lives next to Geneva Suites, he actually owned a group home. His daughter was in a group home. He owned it until his daughter passed away. Then he sold it. The people on the other side of Geneva Suites, they had a disabled daughter who they cared for in their home until she passed away at the age of 23. So that statement that he made is totally not reflective of our community. The next statement that Mr. Griffin made was that they have one service call per person per year. I went to myself and went to the Edina Police Department and pulled the service call records for that home, for the Geneva Suites. And they have been there for 41 months, and they've operated that home. In 41 months, they've had 64 service calls. So that is not a true statement made by Mr. Griffin. I'm not sure where he got his information because I have the police report right here in my hand. Thirdly, I'm an industrial engineer, and I live 2 doors down from this home. We live on a very steep hill. If there was an emergency or a crisis in that home, I have no idea how they would evacuate the lower level. The system they would have to build to get the people out of the lower level would be change the whole complexion of the neighborhood, because it would have to be a system that would have wheelchairs that they could wheel themselves up a steep hill and out into the street, because there's no other way they could evacuate them. So then you're then taking a home and making it into a medical facility with all types of building apparatuses to get the people out of the home. I don't know how much time I have left. And the other thing is
30 seconds.
Since we're highly invested in the care of people with disabilities, for 3 years, I have been questioning the care that has gone on that home, because it's made me sad as a resident for the clients there, because it just has not been the care that I would ever put my parent in. I wish I had more time, but I don't. But I hope you don't consider giving them 10. It would be a disaster for the patients there and a disaster for the neighborhood. It wouldn't be right. Thank you, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyas.
Our next caller this evening is Ms. Kirsten Carlson. Operator, will you please unmute Kirsten's line? And then Kirsten, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep. Okay. Kirsten Carlson, and I'm at 6218 Braeburn Circle. So I'm sort of right across the circle, on the circle from the home. Just a couple of things. I think that the other neighbors have sort of summed up pretty well what our shared experience is. Mostly, with the traffic and the parking and the staff conduct and staff smoking outside the property at all hours and things like that. One thing I did want to draw the council's attention to was just around the statute that Mr. Griffin was talking about, and kind of the floor being 6, or the maximum being 6 right now. That statute is being repealed in August, the state statute. So I guess I would just like to draw that to the council's attention, and sort of going forward, if these homes aren't automatically allowed in any residentially zoned area to have a maximum of 6 people, maybe that should be looked at. Maybe the city should look at that. And I don't think that even 6 people right now in that home, our circle can't really sustain that with the parking and the traffic, let alone 10. But just even with COVID, with restricted visitors, with the current activity with the 6 people, it's really more than what can be accommodated on the circle. So if there's an opportunity in August when this statute is repealed and this is no longer allowed in any residential area and the local municipality has the authority to determine what that capacity is, maybe it shouldn't even be 6. Maybe 4 is a more reasonable number on a cul-de-sac. I don't know how many of the other homes are actually on cul-de-sacs, and maybe if it was on a corner or a through street, it would feel different. But certainly on a cul-de-sac, 6 is pushing it for us. And then just the other thing I kind of wanted to respond to with talking about the visitor policy and sort of maintaining that with the COVID restricted visitor policy going forward. I don't know how that would further affect the residents living there and their quality of life. I do know I live across the circle. I stare at the house all day long, and there's a gentleman that comes every day. He drives a black Lincoln. Seems very nice. He's elderly. He brings his newspaper, and he's there for the majority of the day, every day, visiting. I believe it's his wife that lives there. And, I would hate for him to not be able to be there all day visiting his loved one. And I don't know if, reading the paper to her, having lunch with her, whatever he's doing, because they have to now only have 3 people at a time, but now they have 10 people to accommodate visitors for, and just how that would further affect the residents living there. I don't think that would really be fair to them, nor do I think that the house can really sustain visitors for 10 people. The house, sure. I think the house can, but I don't think that the street and the cul-de-sac can. And then we may be looking at a situation where every hour we're having 3 new people come and visit the home. So 1 o'clock, there's 3 people, they leave. 2 o'clock, there's 3 people, they leave. I can just see that being even almost worse for traffic and parking for sure. And there's no place really to park. Yeah, I'll just finish my sentence. There's really only no place on the cul-de-sac for them to park that is not blocking either a mailbox or a fire hydrant. It really has to be in the driveway, and there's just limited space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson.
Our next speaker tonight is Rebecca Reich. Rebecca, once the operator unmutes your line, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Ms. Wright, are you with us?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Ms. Wright. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Rebecca Rich, actually.
Rich, okay.
That's okay. I am the owner of Guardian and Conservator Services. My company is the trustee for the family of 3 that is interested in moving into the Geneva Suites. I have been listening for quite a while now, and I have heard a lot of the feedback and discussion regarding the concerns and also the request of what Geneva Suites is requesting the City Council to approve. Again, just for clarification, my company's role is as trustee. We are not the guardian, as stated earlier, for one of the family members. However, we work closely with this family and have been working with this family since 2014, roughly. One of the things that we like about Geneva Suites as a company, well, I'll just speak to this particular opportunity, is that this is a family of 3, 2 older parents to a disabled young man who is of age 30, and they all require assistance at this point in their lives. The youngest needs 24-hour care and has his whole life. His parents have been 100% dedicated to providing his care for him, but now they're getting to the point where they need some assistance themselves. There was some mention of other group homes within the neighborhood, and I believe that that would probably be reference to English Rose Suites, which is a private pay facility only until people end up running out of money and get put on some sort of a waiver. and I'm not even 100% sure that they even accept waivered services. Geneva Suites is willing to accept this family of 3 with their waivers.
30 seconds remaining.
And you don't, well, you know, they have the ability to care for the family. They have, yes, that we're under contract with them, but they have said that that would be 100% refundable if for some reason this this process was not successful. In addition, one of the clients, the father does drive. They do have a handicapped van that they would need parking for, and they do go out into the community. Just one last thing, if it's okay. I was requested to appear tonight through Geneva Suites. They said the mayor requested my appearance, so that is why I am participating tonight, and I will leave it at that.
I don't recall that, Ms. Rich, but could you tell us the Guardian and Conservator Services address, business address, please?
Of course. P.O. Box 1276, Minnetonka, Minnesota 55345.
What's your street address?
14550 Excelsior Boulevard, Suite 203, Minnetonka, Minnesota 55345.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rich.
I'm sorry, Mayor Hovland. Our next speaker tonight is Mr. Jim Groats. Operator, will you please unmute Jim's line? And then Jim, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
My name is Jim Groats, and I live at 5513 Park Place. I'm calling with some information for the impacted neighborhoods and the impacted neighbors in this particular area. I wish to call your attention to something I learned of today when I spoke to this senior oversight person at the state of Minnesota. This has to do with the MARC report. It's spelled M-A-A-R-C, Minnesota Adult Abuse Reporting Center, mandated reporter form. And contrary to the city's long-held position that this would be a civil issue between neighbors and the facilities operator, I wish to call your attention to Minnesota Statute 626.557. The city is impacted. The city has responsibility here. As a matter of fact, the city police in statute, in that statute I gave you under item E, city police are deemed to be a mandated reporter of these MARC reports. And one of the reasons this must be done is take a look at statute 609.234. It is a crime if a mandated reporter under Minnesota statute fails to file one of these reports, these MARC reports, which goes to the Minnesota Department of Human Services. And the reason for this is the activities that this operator is involved in are regulated. Even if the facility itself is not licensed, the activity is regulated, and the city has liability here, and I am against this going from 6 to 10, and I think the city has to step back and look at this. And I want to close with a question. How many MARC reports has the city of Edina Police filed in the past with the Department of Human Services as required by Minnesota statute on this particular facility? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groats.
I have just one more caller in the queue, but again, several others on the line. If you're listening and would like to testify in this matter, please press *1 on your telephone keypad. That will get you in line to speak. Otherwise, you can continue to listen until the next public hearing. Our next speaker tonight is Clint Briscoe. Operator, will you please unmute Clint's line? And then Clint, please begin by stating your full name and street address for the record.
Yeah, hey, my name's Clint Briscoe. I live at 6234 Braeburn Circle. I appreciate you guys giving me a couple of minutes here. I just wanted to be on record that the business at 6222 Braeburn Circle, it has already materially changed the makeup of our cul-de-sac, and it has already negatively impacted the neighboring properties. Our street, it was at one time it was a quiet cul-de-sac where kids could ride bikes, they could play. Today, it's just heavily trafficked with workers, guests, public transit. As was acknowledged earlier in the presentations, we even have commercial deliveries that come up and down our street. I think that we have to acknowledge that Braeburn Circle is a residential area, and the commercial operation at 6222 Braeburn Circle, it just forever has changed the nature and character of our street. And a 67% increase in residency at Geneva Suites, it will absolutely add to the deterioration that we've already seen occur on this street in this area. And I would welcome people to come out and take a look at what is happening on this street. So on Braeburn Circle, surrounding homes, they now see cars constantly come and go all hours of the night and day. Mass transit buses, they now sit in front of our homes on Braeburn Circle as they either await pickups or they delay as they try to get back in sequence for their scheduling for drop-offs. You know, one of the unfortunate things that happened for us a couple of years ago at our home, our young child had the opportunity to see an operator actually roll a deceased resident down the road to be loaded into, unfortunately, into the back of a hearse that could not climb the hill in the snow. So, you know, these are only some of the examples of how this commercial operation and others like it really materially changed the makeup of the neighborhood and the surrounding community. And I just want to be on record that an expansion at 6222 Braeburn Circle would only further diminish that, and it should absolutely be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Briscoe.
Our next caller tonight is Mr. Ted Yak. Operator, will you please unmute Ted's line? And then Ted, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
My name is Ted Yak, 6224 Braeburn Circle. I live immediately next door to the group home. A lot of things have already been said that I agree with. One of the things that really hasn't been said is that the operator, Hemingway, is somebody who does things and then asks for forgiveness. He started building those 4 bedrooms without a permit. He signed a contract with that family before he even went to the city. And then he comes back and asks for a variance. So he's asking for a reward for moving ahead without getting permission when he runs a bad operation. He mentioned that he's going to redesign the sidewalk going down to the lower level. Well, that sidewalk is just outside of my bedroom. I've put up with a lot of traffic in and out of the group home. It's not well run. You've heard a lot about that. It has made a very negative impact on the neighborhood. So I don't think he should be rewarded for not running a good operation. And limiting, he was very careful how he said he was going to limit. At any one time, there wouldn't be more than 3 visitors at any one time. Well, let's just say you have even an 8-hour day. That's 24 visitors a day. How would you like to live next door or on a street in a neighborhood that has 24 visitors coming in and out, plus all the commercial traffic? So this has had a very negative impact. Now, we can't do anything about the group home that's there, but we certainly shouldn't reward this group home with a variance. I've been very active in Edina, and I hate to see Edina open the door towards increasing all the group homes that are in Edina from 6 to 10, because this will be used as a precedent for every other group home in Edina to go from 6 residents to 10. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the time you spend on the council. I know it takes a lot of time. We appreciate it, but please protect our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yock.
At this time, I do not have anyone else in the queue. As a reminder to those on the line, if you'd like to get in the queue, please press star or the asterisk symbol, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. That will get you in the queue to speak. Our video production staff is regularly advertising the number to call in. So those who may be watching from home may still want to call in and then get into the queue. Since there is a slight delay in the broadcast and we want to give people an opportunity to do that, I would recommend we wait a minute or so before moving on. My clock shows that it's 9:32. I will come back to you when I have a caller or at 9:33, whichever comes first. It is now 9:33 and I do not have anyone in the queue, so I think it's safe for you to move on with your agenda.
Thank you, Director Benarott. Colleagues, council members, our practice with these public hearings has been that we keep them open while we're in this pandemic era and we've been operating virtually. We keep the public hearings open until noon of the following week following the public hearing. In this case, what we would be doing would be continuing the public hearing until noon, May 26, 2021, at which time it would be closed. And then we would continue this action for us to deal with it at our June 1, 2021 City Council meeting. If there is no one on the council that has a question for staff or the presenters, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on May 26, 2021, and to continue the action on this item to June 1, 2021 to that City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Member Stoughton, second by Member Anderson. Any further discussion? Roll call. Clerk Allison, with respect to the motion as stated.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Councilmember Pierce.
Aye.
Councilmember Staunton.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. The motion is unanimously approved. For those of you listening in, recall now that you can add additional testimony until noon, May 26, 2021, and you can do it through the city via the voicemail box and the form. There's a form on bettertogetheredina.org that you can use for public hearings. So either calling in to the City Hall, 952-927-8861, ask Lynette to put you in the proper voicemail box, or fill out the form on bettertogetheredina.org, and we'll take that testimony until noon on the 26th of May. And then the public hearing will be closed and we'll deal with this matter as a council on June 1st. All right, next public hearing matter is the one that Director Teague has, and this involves a request for preliminary rezoning. This is what we call the Perkins site, which is kitty corner from City Hall, 4917 Eden Avenue. There's a couple of things that are preliminarily requested here. The Planning Commission had this matter in front of them, and now it is in front of the council again for public hearing. And so Director Teague is going to introduce the matter And I think the applicants have a couple of people that are going to present for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up for public testimony. And we'll do the same thing with this matter that we just did with the Braeburn Circle matter, and that is to keep it open until noon on May 26th and continue it for action by the council at the June 1st, 2021 meeting. So now Director Teague, our Community Director, Development Director, will take it from here. Director Teague.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this property is located kitty corner from City Hall, just to the west, adjacent to the Edina Country Club and north of the office building on Wilson. The property has a unique zoning designation. The Perkins restaurant itself is zoned PCD1, Planned Commercial District, and the parking lots associated with the office underneath Perkins and the Perkins is zoned Automobile Parking District. This was a practice that the city did years and years ago. I don't know the history on it, but nonetheless, that's how the zoning is situated today. The site has a height overlay of 4 stories and 48 feet. Kind of difficult to see this map here, but there is a height restriction of 4 stories and 48 feet. Site's guided in our comprehensive plan for mixed use, similar to the rest of the Grandview district, primarily to the west and City Hall. The maximum density is up to 100 units an acre within that area. Here's an aerial look at the existing Perkins and office, and you can see the parking fields. The site is impacted by the Grandview transportation study that was done a few years back. The plan on the screen shows a new frontage road and a freeway exit along here. Here's the site that we're looking at today. This next graphic shows it a little clearer. So this is the Perkins site. The idea is to have a new exit off of Highway 100 and then ultimately connecting to Vernon. This is one of those long range strategies, but with new development, now is the opportunity to try to make the plan happen in the future. The request before the council is a rezoning, so this is one where the council has complete discretion as to whether to say yes or no. Again, with rezonings and comprehensive plan amendments, the city does have discretion to say yes or no. So in that regard, staff has provided a case within the staff report for approval and denial to provide some direction for the council. The request specifically is to tear down the existing structures and build a 7-story, 196-unit apartment. They've added a 3,700 square foot restaurant. This was suggested as part of the sketch plan to create a mixed use development. 10% of the units would be for affordable housing for families earning 50% of area median income. Parking primarily would be provided underneath the building. There would be 29 surface stalls on the west side of the building that would serve that restaurant. The applicant did go through sketch plan. The council may recall there was an office building proposed on the west side of the site, but that future roadway would have gone right through the middle of that, so that they have eliminated that portion of the request. This was a look at the building that was considered at sketch plan. Not a whole lot has changed in terms of residential structure. Some of the revisions, again, they eliminated the office building. They did add that restaurant and coffee shop that was recommended by both Planning Commission and City Council. They're proposing the dedication of an easement to accommodate that potential new off-ramp off of Highway 100. So they would just dedicate an easement. It would essentially be a landscaped area, but the city would hold an easement for right-of-way purposes should that roadway configuration ever happen in the future. So here's a look at the building itself. I'll let the applicant go through and describe the building as part of their presentation and show the materials, etc. So here's a look from Eden. This would be the restaurant on that main level with the parking on the west side. aerial shot, you can see the building angles a little bit to the south in that restaurant area. So the request here is a rezoning from those two zoning designations to planned unit development. Flexibility that they're requesting through the PUD would be to vary from the setback regulations, building height, and floor area ratio requirements. The PUD zoning is the tool that we use to ensure that the affordable housing happens on the site. So review quickly of the site plan. Access off of Wilson. Access to the garage is also off of Wilson. There would be an access off of Eden that would serve the restaurant on the west end of the site. In terms of landscaping, they've provided about 3 times the code requirement for overstory trees. Again, this would be that easement area. It would be landscaped, help buffer the freeway itself. And again, that parking lot is on the west side of the building, away from Wilson. Staff had some initial concerns about the setback along Eden. In talking with the applicant, they were agreeable to shifting the building 5 feet to the south to provide a little more relief to the street. The key in establishing and just how far back they could move it is the lot line to the south. They need at least a 10-foot setback. The building code requires at least a 10-foot setback if they were to have windows on that side of the building. But they were able to accommodate at least that 5-foot shift. Again, this is some building materials. We'll let the applicant go through that. A traffic and parking study was done by Wenk Associates. Ed Terhar is with us this evening. The study concludes that there's no improvements needed to the adjacent roadways and that the parking proposed here is adequate to serve the project. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Terhar and give an overview of the traffic study itself. As you may have noted from the feedback that we're receiving on Better Together, traffic is a big concern of the residents in the area. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Terhar.
Thank you, Director Teague.
Sorry, Mayor. Good evening. This is Ed Terhar with Wenk Associates. We completed the traffic and parking study for this project, and I'll give a summary of that at this time and then be available to answer questions. For the traffic portion of the study, we included 10 intersections in the study area, intersections along Eden, along 50th Street, back along Grange Road, Arcadia Avenue, were included in the study. At 5 of the intersections, we had data from previous studies that we were able to utilize in order to avoid reductions that have occurred due to the pandemic. The pandemic has resulted in reduced traffic volumes in certain locations. So it was decided to use these traffic volumes from previous studies where they were available. At the other 5 intersections, we did have to collect data. There wasn't any previous data available. And we took steps to review that data and increase the counts where necessary to using the intersection data from the other studies as well as daily traffic volumes in order to estimate the volumes in a non-pandemic situation. So that gave us a good estimate for those other 5 intersections. Those volumes were then used to develop traffic forecasts. Now the traffic forecasts account for the proposed project, which is the apartment units and the restaurant. And it also accounts for removal of the Perkins restaurant and office space. So this gives us the net trips that will be added by the proposed project. And in this case, the combination of those two, the addition of the new project, new development, and the removal of the existing uses resulted in an addition of 57 net trips during the AM peak hour, 88 net trips during the PM peak hour, 57 trips during the AM peak hour, 88 trips during the PM peak hour, and 1,190 net trips daily. We also noted on trip generation that if if the restaurant portion was removed from the project, the remaining apartment unit portion would actually generate less trips, less traffic than the Perkins restaurant and the office use. So that's just something that's noted in the study. The net trips were then added to the roadway system, added to all of the 10 intersections that are included in the study to give us traffic volume forecasts, assuming that the project is completed. The traffic forecasts were then used to analyze each intersection. We analyzed the capacity, available capacity at each intersection to determine what impact the net trips added would have on the intersection operations. And what the analysis showed was that all of the intersections have adequate capacity to accommodate the net trips added by this project. We did find through the analysis that there are individual movements at 4 of the intersections that have operational issues, both under existing conditions and the future conditions. Along 50th Street, the intersections with Dale and with Sunny Slope both have issues with the traffic movements turning onto 50th Street during the peak hours. 50th Street is a major east-west roadway. It carries a high volume of traffic. And during those peak periods, it is difficult to turn onto 50th Street. Traffic volumes do experience delay at those locations due to the amount of through traffic on 50th Street. The other location was at Grange Road, the intersection with the Highway 100 exit ramp. The exiting left turn onto Grange Road operates poorly during the PM peak hour. We did look at that more closely because that is a fairly high volume movement. And we looked at the queuing on that particular movement to see if it spilled back on the Highway 100, and it does not. So even though we have a level of service issue during the PM peak, it is not a serious operational issue at that location as there is adequate queuing space. And then the other location was at Eden and Arcadia, kind of in the southwest corner of the study area. That intersection is an all-way stop control today, and the eastbound movements operated poorly in the peak hours. That intersection is actually slated to be reconstructed with a roundabout, I believe, next year. And with a roundabout in place, the operations improve greatly, and there is adequate capacity for those traffic volumes. That's a summary of the traffic study portion of the study. We also looked at the parking that is proposed, the number of parking stalls compared to the expected peak parking generation using ITE data. And what we found was that the number of spaces that are proposed are adequate for the peak generation using the ITE data. We also reviewed the pedestrian and bicycle provisions in this area. There is sidewalk along many of the streets. However, there are some gaps that occur. For example, Grange Road does not have any sidewalk today. There is sidewalk on 50th Street along the entire north side, but the south side only has sidewalk east of City Hall. So there are some breaks in the pedestrian facilities under existing conditions. The pedestrian and bicycle plans that the city has do address those. There are plans for a new sidewalk along the east side of Grange Road from Eden Avenue up to 50th Street, and then along 50th Street actually all the way west and south back down to Eden. And then there also was provision for a bicycle lane on 50th Street. So those are items that are planned. I'm not aware of any timing on those items at this time. We also looked at some ideas for travel demand management for this site to help reduce single occupancy vehicles and to increase the use of transit and bicycle and pedestrian modes for the site, including providing information on transit routes, transit schedules, and providing information on carpooling, also providing for electrical vehicle charging stations in the parking garage, as well as bicycle parking, both long-term and short-term, will be important for the site to accommodate the residents, as well as short-term for restaurant patrons. So overall, that's the summary on the traffic and parking study. I'm available to answer questions.
Thanks, Mr. Tahar. Questions for Mr. Tahar on the traffic study? Member Jackson? Uh-oh. All right, Member Pierce?
All right. Oh, was that Member Jackson? No.
I found my mute button
Oh, there you go.
reappeared. I couldn't get it to come up. I have just a brief question. How is this site served by public transportation?
There is, it's limited. There is Route 46 does run on 50th Street. So there actually are bus stops right at City Hall access on 50th Street.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Member Pierce?
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. This doesn't quite seem logical to me, and I want to make sure I'm internalizing what you're saying accurately. So when you go through the report, if you look at, you mentioned 3 intersections, one Dale and 50th, Grange, and you're articulating that at high peak that there are traffic movement issues. But the summary of the report seems to suggest that we could add more capacity to those roadways and that we would have sufficient use of traffic patterns. And it's just not congruent to me to suggest that we could add 209 units in an area where the data shows that we already have traffic pattern issues at peak usage. And now we're suggesting we can add more capacity and that would be sufficient to service the residents in that area. And just personally, when I drive through Eden Avenue every morning on my way to Normandale, there's lots of traffic in that area from OLG, going past City Hall, and then passing Perkins, and then going on to Normandale. So it just seems to me that there's already traffic issues in that area. And then to go add an additional apartment complex, it's just logically, it seems like that would make more traffic issues. And I don't understand the findings and the conclusions we're drawing.
A couple points to keep in mind.
Mr. Tahar, your volume isn't very effective.
Okay, I haven't changed anything. Can you hear me?
No, you're in closer, that helps.
Is that better now?
Much better.
Okay. A couple things to keep in mind is that not only are we adding traffic from the proposed project, we're also removing traffic from, we're removing trips that are generated by the Perkins. So what you're seeing today is there is quite a bit of traffic there. Some of that is from the Perkins. That's going to be removed. So we still have a net increase, but it's much reduced from what it would be if this was just an empty site. Regarding the intersections themselves, we are not proposing to add any capacity. The traffic analysis looks at both the overall intersection capacity and the individual movement capacity. At a situation like 50th Street, where we have a major roadway that carries a lot of traffic, 50th Street, and we have minor streets that carry a smaller amount of traffic that are stop controlled at those intersections. That is a situation that we run into all the time, urban, rural, where we have a very small amount of traffic trying to access these roadways, and they operate at a poor level of service. And that's true under existing conditions and it's true under future conditions. However, the volume on those streets is small enough that it doesn't impact the intersection level of service, intersection capacity. The intersection capacity is based on the volume of all the approaches and an average of the delay that occurs. So even though we have we have delays on those roadways accessing the intersection level service itself is acceptable. Now for the traffic impact study, we are looking at the impact of the proposed project. We're looking at how does that proposed project impact each of these intersections. And what we find is that there is adequate capacity at those intersections to accommodate the net trips added by this site. Obviously, adding more traffic doesn't make those existing problems better. It doesn't. It makes them worse. In this case, however, the number of trips added makes those movements only slightly increased delay. It does not cause the problem. The problem was already there, and we are not creating a situation that makes it much worse than it is today. That's not an ideal situation, but that's the purpose of the traffic impact study.
All right, thank you. So what you just said would be logical to me to suggest that there's a situation, and I'm just going to be dramatic, that for residents who live there, it's already bad, and adding another building isn't going to make it any better or worse. And so then I think it's incumbent on us to decide if that's acceptable as a council for those residents. And then I just wanted to make one other point of that I didn't understand either, but I didn't mention it earlier. I get the point about suggesting that we're removing trips because of the Perkins, right? Mm-hmm. But we're also adding a restaurant. There's a restaurant that's also in the current development.
Sure.
So there again, I didn't quite understand. To me, that seems like it would, at best case, it would be neutral, but not actually removing trips. So that I didn't understand
Sure.
as well. So I appreciate your feedback on that.
Sure. Thanks for that. Thanks for that comment. There actually, when we look at the trip generation, there's different types of restaurants. The Perkins is actually what's called a sit-down restaurant because it has service, wait service, and it's actually a much larger space than the proposed project. The proposed restaurant is smaller, and we did assume a higher type intensity use for that restaurant, more of a fast food restaurant, because there isn't a category that probably fits what it's going to be. So we probably erred on the conservative side with that restaurant, and we went with trip generation that was higher than maybe what ultimately is there, because we don't have a category that fits that. And I can let the developer maybe talk a little bit more about what they're thinking for that restaurant. So we do take that into account. We took into account the two different kinds of restaurants. So we did have to remove the Perkins because it is a different type of restaurant than what was being added. And so that's how we balance that. That's how we take those both into account.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Member Anderson?
Thank you. I guess I have a similar question, a couple of them actually. Just for you, Mr. Terhar, did your traffic study, you've discussed the issues around 50th and the site, the southbound ramp onto 100 from Eden. Did you give that any consideration, the number of trips going that way or the traffic that's diverted to 100 from Eden in that area?
That southbound ramp, no, that was not included.
That was not part of your study.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't part of the scope.
Okay, all right. Well, I we've had some discussion. I don't know where that sits right at the moment. We did have a trial closing over there recently. I don't know what the results of that have been. But if that southbound ramp were closed, it occurs to me that we direct the traffic that's generated here, as well as other traffic in the area, up in order to get to southbound 100. We direct it to 50th And then that begins to be an operational issue, I would think. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I would agree that it would be diverted, obviously. Depending on where you're coming out of this site, you certainly could go to Grange Road and then go to the west on 50th and make a left onto the ramp, or you could go along Eden to Arcadia and then up to 50th Street that way. So I certainly agree with you that things would be diverted. Exactly which way people would go will kind of depend on where they are, and exiting the site.
Sure. Well, the question, I probably didn't state that very clearly. The question was, what are we creating on the southbound ramp from Vernon to 100 by diverting the traffic from here? And your study doesn't show that. It's not a fair question, I guess. But if you were speculating, what would you think?
Well, I know that is being studied, and you're right. I don't know the answer, but it would put more pressure likely on the 50th Street intersection with the southbound ramp.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's the first intersection, the next intersection to the east of Arcadia there. You can see that.
I think
So
we
it would-
can avoid some speculation here. Director Milner is trying to get in here to speak.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Councilmember Anderson, I can answer those questions. We
Okay,
just
thank you.
completed the summary of that test scenario.
Uh-huh.
And in closing the ramp there off Eden, we can support those operations up on Vernon. It would increase the queuing slightly up through the bridge over 100 during those peak hours, specifically the PM peak, and forecast it out to 2040 with the traffic volumes we expect in the area. So it is supported. You'll see that memo next week at the HRA meeting when we bring that forward to that body.
I'll wait to see it. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Member Anderson, thank you. Member Staunton.
I just had one question for Carrie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Carrie, the 4-story overlay, is that the zoning code or the comp plan?
That is the zoning code.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Member Staunton, did you want to ask anything about with Director Milner here about 50th and some of the? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go back to. I don't have any questions for Mr. Tahar at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll wrap up, and you could, if you have any more questions, otherwise we could turn it over to the applicant. So this table on the screen indicates the flexibility that they're requesting through the PUD. So in terms of setbacks, the building on the Eden side would be 30 feet from the curb. On the Wilson side, it would be 35 feet from the curb, 10 feet to that south lot line. But the biggest request here is, again, the 4-story, 48 feet for the zoning overlay height district. And the request is for 7 stories and 76 feet. There's also an FAR. They would exceed the FAR requirement of 1 up to 2.5. So the primary issue is the proposal reasonable to justify the PUD rezoning? Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval here. The Planning Commission vote was 7-1. We believe that the location of the site in the mixed-use center in the Grandview district, the uses are consistent with the comprehensive plan and also consistent with that existing commercial zoning district. So a PCD1 would allow a restaurant and housing within it today. The project would provide 20 units for affordable housing. Again, they would provide them within the building itself. The project would provide that roadway easement to assist with that potential future roadway improvement. So again, the site zone mixed use, showing that new frontage road. They would provide that easement. This graphic had tended to cause some confusion in that it does show development of the Grange site and the site to the north. The proposal doesn't expand beyond the Perkins site. There's no impact to the Grange site. This was just an example from the transportation study, but just wanted to quickly point that out. We believe that the proposed height here of 7 stories is reasonable. And again, it's really needed to help provide that affordable housing, the increase in the density. As many of the council is aware, for buildings that are 7 stories, we have a setback requirement from R1 zoned properties. So this this site would, it does comply with that requirement. And the way that works is a 7-story building would require a setback 4 times the height of the building. So again, the building is 76 feet tall. They would need a 304-foot setback from the nearest residential property. And that is across 50th Street. So you can see from property line to property line, there's a 540-foot setback. So we're meeting that building separation for a 7-story building from residential property. We believe that the proposal meets the city's criteria for a PUD. Most importantly, it's the provision of the affordable housing. It is a mixed-use development here with the restaurant and residential, and it does provide that future easement for those roadway improvements. Want to touch on, we did receive a lot of feedback on Better Together Edina. Over 100 comments, almost 100 contributors. There were a lot of comments in favor and a lot against, a little more against the project. But those that spoke in favor of the project, they liked the replaced restaurant. They believe that the site needs redevelopment. The distance is adequate from the nearest single-family homes. They like the architecture. They like the mixed use. They thought this was a good location for this proposal. It does provide a buffer from the freeway. The current building is an eyesore, and a lot of positive comments on the affordable housing aspect. Those that were against the project had concerns about the traffic, height, and density. Those seem to be the 3 main concerns. We did get feedback from the golf course. They had some concerns about the height of the building. We had a lot of comments about those that liked the Perkins and would like to see that stay. Some that didn't like the architecture, concerns about using TIF for the project. A lot of concerns about pedestrian access around the sites, pedestrian safety, that it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, that it's too close to the single family homes, and that the market is oversaturated with apartments right now. So again, the Planning Commission is recommending approval on that 7-1 vote. They did add a couple of conditions. They'd like to see some of those bike and pedestrian improvements made in this area. Some of those ones, those missing connections that Mr. Terhar alluded to. And they would also like to see the Grandview Transportation Plan, some of those study recommendations in the short term that we begin to work on implementing those sooner than later. But with that, I will stop there, answer any questions you may have. And Nick Walton is here to introduce the development team and make their presentation.
All right, thank you. Let's hold off on that for a moment. Director Teague, are there questions for Director Teague prompted by the balance of his presentation? You know, I saw a couple of comments too from folks that were concerned about the impact on the Green site. But you're saying there's no, even with that easement that would be given, the city would be given, if the project were potentially approved, no impact on the Grange site.
Right. Other than there were comments about concerns about the height across the street in regard to the Grange project, Grange site, but there's no development proposed there. The buildings would remain as is for now.
Okay. All right. And then Mr. Terhar? Down at Edina and Arcadia, we're slated for evaluation of a roundabout. Actually, it's a tentative plan. I think your study indicated that that would change that intersection from a low performing, probably one of the lowest performing intersections, into a high performing intersection at I think level A instead of level F.
The intersection itself wasn't an F. There was a movement in there that was E or F in the AM and PM under existing conditions. But yeah, you're right. It would go to level service A with the roundabout.
Okay. So with the roundabout and you go to level A, to Member Anderson's point, if we close that southbound ramp, between putting pressure up on 50th for those southbound movements, which may not impact this, but getting traffic through that roundabout quicker that's heading east, to Member Pierce's point about folks going to the community center or the middle school or the French immersion school, does that just get them to the point of the intersection at Grange and Eden faster and create more congestion there? Did you analyze that?
I wouldn't say it would get them there faster. Roundabouts tend to slow people down. It's an advantage of a roundabout, and it would still, you still have to yield going through there. It's similar, the always stop today, you have to stop. There would be control at the roundabout. So I don't anticipate there being an increase in traffic to the east based on that improvement.
Okay. As to the challenges that you saw that exist today, if you live in the Sunny Slope neighborhood and you're trying to get out on Dale or Sunny Slope, East Sunny Slope, did you think at all about some improvements that could be made on 50th that would give them some relief or some easier access during AM or PM peak?
Sure. I think, some short-term items might be improving the sight distance at those locations. I think there may be, I haven't studied it closely, but being out there and collecting data at those intersections, it looks like there maybe was some steps taken to remove some trees and some brush in those areas, but there could maybe be more. We don't like to remove trees when we don't have to, but sometimes they are a sight distance issue. The major improvements at those intersections, I think, are a difficult subject because, we'd all love to have roundabouts or traffic signals or stop signs at every intersection that has level of service problems. But in a situation where we have a minor street with very low volumes, the ability to justify the benefit and cost ratio is difficult. So, short of making some improvements to reduce the speed on 50th Street, which we all know is an issue throughout the city and throughout everywhere, wherever you live. If there's a way to reduce traffic speeds through enforcement or through other improvements, that would help the situation as well. So I understand that it's a difficult situation, but it's not uncommon.
All right. Thank you for that. For now, anyway. Okay. Any other thoughts from council members? Otherwise, we can go to the applicant.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. For Mr. Teague, a question. You mentioned the letter from the golf course, or that was actually on Better Together, I think. And I'm just wondering, did anybody consider a shade study there to see? I mean, they're concerned about that, and I don't know. I think I used to play that course a lot, and I don't recall it right now, but I think that's the green on 13, the tee box on 14. That's kind of where that sits. And then I'm just wondering about a shade study there, if there's any reason to do that, or if that answers any of their questions.
Yep. So we didn't do that as part of the request, but I noticed Mr. Walton shaking his head, so maybe he's seen some of those comments and is prepared to address them.
Okay. Good. I'll wait to hear.
All right. Anything else from council members? All right, let's go to Mr. Walton. And let's also go to Chris Falkowicz is with him from BKV. So, Mr. Walton?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. So good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having us back. And thank you, Carrie, for sharing all that project evolution. For anyone new who's watching tonight on this Zoom, I'm Nick Walton, president of Royal Walton Development. We're a local development company that works almost exclusively in the metro area, and we specialize in multifamily projects with high design like this one. Since we're back for our second time, and Kerry was just so detailed in his report, we're going to be as quick as we can tonight. You'll first hear from Chris, the architect from BKV, and then Kyle and I will each share a couple points from our firm. And Councilmember Anderson, Kyle will touch on the shadows. And then we'll be ready to respond to any questions you all may have. Also, just so everyone's aware, tonight our civil engineer, Mike, is here to answer any technical questions anyone may have, as well as Carol, our land use attorney on the project. So Chris, you want to share our updates?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Good evening, everyone. As a reminder, I'm Chris Falkowicz, architect and partner with BKV Group, and we were founded in Minneapolis 42 years ago and have done some work in Edina in the past, including the City Hall. So a few pieces here, just one moment here. There we go. A very thorough background overall. Thank you very much. And some of the impacts that we really looked at when we started to organize the site were the potential future roadway was a major impact in our choices, as well as this wedge to the north of our site as well is owned by MnDOT. So that had an impact upon how we went about laying the site out as well. So what we really did was we looked to create a robust and interesting streetscape while also creating a really strong connection to the golf course as well. And you can see that typically courtyards are south facing or west facing, and we're intentional to face our courtyard to the golf course to extend that open space and from the golf course feel and for our residents. So kind of sharing that open space back and forth through the sites. Additionally, we in our building design, we have a north wing and a south wing of the building, and we connect it with a 7-story glassy link. So we really wanted to be intentional about breaking down the feel and size of the project overall. And then lastly, there was some discussion of setbacks, and we were actually intentional to bring the project closer to Eden Avenue to make it more pedestrian friendly overall. And we have a veranda on the corner here that you'll see in the renderings, and we have a sculpture area as well on here. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit more for you. I see Mayor Hovland looking forward there. So we've been intentional about some of our choices of doing that, especially since the MnDOT land pulls the project away from the street as well. And also the restaurant is focused on the west side of the site here, and here's that parking lot mentioned to house the restaurant. And some of the thinking with the restaurant is that it creates a continued amenity for the neighborhood, and it connects with the rest of the Grandview area to the west as well. And then just shaded here is that potential future roadway and the holding of that land for that. And then lastly, we've been intentional about breaking down our site movements as well, of having a drop-off court here that could handle Ubers and food delivery and other things to keep any traffic off the roadways. And that holds 8 vehicles up here, and then the 277 stalls below grade accessed off of Wilson Road here. We have 2 levels of below grade parking overall. And then as you go up the building, we actually step back at the 7th level to recognizing that we are a little taller than some of the things nearby. So we're trying to be intentional about stepping down towards the intersections, kind of provided in some of the comments that you see in the Grandview planning document. And then we're looking at having a habitable roof with some garden plots and the project being photovoltaic array on the top, and being just that solar ready and we hope to include it when the project goes complete. One item we heard at the concept phase was understanding the impacts of a 6-story project versus a 7-story project. And we did study that, but we feel that the height reduction created a few unintended consequences overall. So the blue is the project that we just walked through here in the 7 stories. The red is a 6-story scheme of that. And what we're doing to continue to be able to provide the same amount of affordable housing, we're kind of moving the Play-Doh around. So we're maintaining the same amount of gross square footage of the project, but we are also, in doing so, we are limiting the setbacks overall. We'd have to eliminate the restaurant. We'd also have to eliminate the link. So in essence, in pushing that Play-Doh down, the building is going to feel larger on the site overall, quite honestly, as will have reduced setbacks and some of those features that we've been intentional about carving away some of the space. For the exterior of the project, we really looked to the immediate context and just the traditional context of Edina and the custom single-family homes that are throughout the city as well. One of our main areas of inspiration was Edina City Hall and the buff stone and the copper elements to it, as well as the 2-story canopy. And then also just on the country club, the beautiful patio and trellis that they have facing the course is on the south side of the building. And then lastly, we took a few elements from Grange Hall as well, the vertical windows with muttons in them. We also looked at the broader architectural context that we've seen in areas that there's a bit more detailing in some of the projects of larger scale overall too. The Nolan Mains has got some more traditional detailing, as well as the 5200 France Avenue walk-ups here, and the Restoration Hardware. And then finally, as mentioned, we look to the homes as well for materiality and for design inspiration and design detailing. Again, back to that mentioned, the vertical windows with the muttons, the materiality of the buff stone on City Hall and the copper, and the homes with the stars designate homes that are on the golf course as well. So we're looking in the immediate context. So then lastly, with the exterior here, what we did is we started by looking at traditional building elements of a distinct base of the project, middle, and the top that you see in more traditional architecture. You're seeing the veranda here on the corner, as well as the sculpture on the corner here as well, as this is part of a PUD. So we're being intentional of giving more items to the city and to the overall enjoyment of the project. The buff stone you can see through here, it's white brick with additional detailing and articulation with column capital detailing as well. And then it is cement board siding in the charcoal color with trim on it as well. One other detail then is the secondary piece is we have secondary copper elements on the underside of the veranda and as detail elements as well. And here's from Wilson Road, you're seeing the 2 building elements mentioned and the glassy link is mentioned below to really try to break down the feel of the 2 buildings and the parking entry off of Wilson.
Hey, Chris, I just want to interject one thing here, yes, if I can. Go back to that slide.
Sure.
Just if it wasn't clear, we talked about it internally, but as Chris was using the Play-Doh analogy, if the building is a ball of Play-Doh and we push down 1/7 of it and make the project 6 stories on elevation, what that would be doing, elongating it, it was clear. But this image right here of the glassy link, I know you said the words, but I just want everyone to understand that goes away because that basically becomes all units to make up for the units that are lost on the 7th floor. So instead of feeling like there's these 2 buildings that are separated with this beautiful glassy link that the sun shines through, that would just be a solid wall of units.
And the 7 stories of this site is the distance from single family homes. We feel it's a unique site that it creates that opportunity to make sense at 7 stories here as well, as part of what we saw and how the the comp plan had the higher unit count to assist in having the affordable units on site. We additionally break down the massing of this project with the step back at the top level as mentioned on the street sides, and then in setbacks of the building to allow for changes of materiality to have it feel a bit different and not quite as large. There's a rendering of the restaurant at the northwest corner and the feel of that and the drop-off space and the parking lot of it. And then this is that MnDOT zone through here that we discuss with them to continue to do improvements as Perkins does on their site. Bird's eye. And then just a feel of the courtyard and the openness and the golf course beyond. And the entry drop off here. And lastly, I'll just mention the materials. We are looking at using high quality materials of Kasota stone, white brick, cement board, and copper metal. Kyle, hand it to you.
Thanks, Chris. Good evening, Mayor Hovland and members of the City Council. My name is Kyle Brasser, and I'm a developer with Reuter Walton Development. I'd like to just quickly address the neighborhood engagement that's occurred during this process. We held 2 separate neighborhood meetings with the Sunny Slope and Gulf Terrace residents in February and again in April. At our February meeting, 27 people attended, and we typically only have 1 neighborhood meeting, but it became clear pretty early in the process that one of the neighborhood's main concerns was traffic. And we knew the city was commissioning a traffic study, which was not yet completed at that time. So we agreed that we would come back a second time once the city's traffic study was complete and present the traffic study conclusions. We held our second meeting in April, again attended by about 28 people. And at the meeting, we were able to present the same traffic and parking conclusions that Ed Terhar with Wank shared with you all earlier this evening. That the traffic study, the traffic impact of the development with the apartments and the restaurant would have minimal impact on the surrounding traffic. And if the restaurant were to be removed, that the development would actually have a net reduction in traffic compared to what's there currently. We received a couple of comments about building height during the second neighborhood meeting, but those height comments really related to height resulting in greater density and more people, and therefore was a concern about traffic. We subsequently did read the public comment about the golf course shading concerns. So we have completed a shadow study, and I'm not sure if it makes sense to show that now, or if maybe we do that when we wrap up with our presentation. But what we've found is that the shading on the golf course is minimal, and what you really see is most of the shading will occur during the afternoon, evening months, hours in the winter months when the golf course is closed. I do want to touch on one other height comment that was raised during our second neighborhood meeting. There was this concept of our development somehow contributing to precedent for more 7-story buildings in the immediate area. And Chris, could you actually reshare that exhibit? So Carrie mentioned that, thank you. So Carrie mentioned that, so the development site that we're discussing today is the southern of the 3 on the kind of just to the east of the red line, which is a potential future off ramp. We don't know if this will actually be constructed, but if it is, there is a possibility of 2 future development sites to the north. And as Carrie mentioned, in order to achieve a 7-story building height that we're proposing, we need to be set back at least 304 feet from the nearest single-family residence. And in our case, we're set back 540 feet, so well in excess of that. But there was some concern kind of raised that potentially the site to the furthest to the north, Chris, if you could maybe mouse over that just so people can see it. It's referred to sometimes as Site C. That might also somehow be able to be a 7-story building because of precedent set by our development. And because of the setback requirement, I just want to make it clear that that's clearly well closer than 4 feet from the nearest single-family home. So those 2 additional sites to the north, and in particular Site C, would have additional height restrictions just based on those setback requirements. And that's something that just wanted to discuss tonight with this concern raised about precedent. I think that concludes my remarks, and I'll pass it over to Nick Walton now. Nick, if you'd like to. Well, actually, here's the shadow study, Chris. Let's just jump into it now.
All right, unmuting myself here. So looking at May 1st in the project impacts here, we look at the same times each time on this, and May 1st isn't exactly the start of golf season, but is near the start of golf season. Depends on any year of how it's going overall. And there, as there's going to be, as we're west of the project, there's going to be no morning or even noon impacts. 3 p.m. you're starting to see the shadows start to move towards the course, and at 5 p.m. you are starting to see some shadowing in along the rough area here, not in the tee boxes or on the fairway. And this also does not represent the shadowing of the trees themselves as well. So if you can see the longer shadow of the building, the trees will kind of equal that in there, but we don't want to count on that because the trees may have to come down at some point as they would age. Summer solstice, again, no morning impacts, and then the 5 p.m. impact is in the tree line at that point, and that's usually third week of June, so June 21st in this instance. Looking at September 1st, we are starting to get a little bit deeper shadows. 3 p.m., still no impact. Each time by 5 p.m., there are some deeper shadows as the sun is starting to get a little bit deeper in that. So that would be probably the first time I'd say that would have some impact on the, between that tee shot. And then winter impacts as the shadows are deeper. Like by 5 p.m. it's dark, so there's no impact there. 3 p.m. it does shade over into the City Hall parking lot at kind of a deep winter shadow at that point.
Does anyone have any questions on the shadow? Otherwise, I've just got a couple more points that I want to run through, and then we'll wrap up.
Questions on the shadow studies? All right, go ahead, Mr. Walton.
2 more points. So I'm going to just touch on height one more time with a little bit of a different focus. So I think Chris did a really good job explaining some of the unintended design consequences when you try to squish this thing and it pushes out. But I also want to remind everyone a couple things. In our current application, we already reduced the unit count from 208 to 196. We did that about 2 months ago. And if the idea of losing a floor, going from 7 to 6, is ultimately to take some traffic pressure off, knowing that traffic is clearly a big deal, then cutting units isn't the most impactful solution. Actually, deleting the restaurant is. And I want to talk about that. So as a reminder, just from how we got here, we didn't start with the restaurant. Having a restaurant in one of our apartment buildings, it's a pretty big deal. It's a lot of extra work, a lot of extra cost. But it came up at sketch plan. The city asked us to consider adding it to the project, and we did. And now we like it. And Planning Commission seemed to really like it. We think it would be a great amenity to our residents, to City Hall visitors, and to the surrounding neighborhoods. And I appreciate Ed saying this. Sounds like on his report, he focused on it being fast food. It definitely wouldn't be fast food. We've been talking to 2 groups, and both, kind of coincidentally, we're thinking of a boutique space, higher end pizza, fresh salad, and a full bar. So we like that. We could talk more about that. But I feel like we should sort of table what it might be, because the more I hear all this, and after listening and reading the engineer's data, we came here tonight willing to offer up just deleting the restaurant idea altogether. We can replace it with 3 units. They cause way less traffic. And if less traffic is what people really want and are the most concerned about, just like a bunch of other changes we've made to the project, we'll make that change too. We just asked that city council, if they want to reduce traffic, do it that way. Let's delete the restaurant versus cutting any units or trying to change the project design by switching the building. And then one more topic that I have in my presentation, and then we can answer any questions anyone has, is at the last neighborhood meeting that Kyle mentioned, as well as Planning Commission, TIF came up a couple times. So I want to briefly address it now since there seemed to be some confusion. First, we don't currently have a formal TIF application into the city. We plan to, but there just isn't. If we have one, we could go through it in this presentation. And our understanding is that it comes next in the process. But the reason that we think this project is TIF eligible is really three main reasons. As Carrie mentioned, this is a big deal. Our original concept had a 52,000 square foot office building on the west side of our site. The city asked us to remove that entire scope from our project and leave the vacant land for the potential off-ramp idea down the road. And we agreed to it. But now we still have to buy that land. We just can't use it. Therefore, we're hoping to have TIF help with that extra project expense. Number two, early on, it was recommended that we focus on public art near our front entrance, kitty corner from City Hall, which we plan to do. And our understanding is that's a TIF eligible expense. And if city engineering requires any additional infrastructure, of course, those costs are typically TIF eligible as well. Like the pedestrian crosswalk and lighting idea that came up at Planning Commission recently, which we think is a really good idea. I think those are $50,000 to $100,000 to put in. That's the kind of thing that would be TIF eligible. So those are the costs. But then something else I think is really important is one of the complaints that we've heard about in general regarding TIF is for the period of the TIF term, the city is missing out on all this new tax base. So the project gets built, TIF term's 20 years, the city's not getting any of that tax base, but that's not our plan. So I want to make that really clear. And there's 2 points that I want to point out about our upcoming TIF application. One, unlike many developers that ask for 20 to 26 years of TIF, we plan to ask for like 12 to 15 because we think that's all we need for those items above. And most of the time, 90% of the increment of the new taxes is needed, but we think we can be closer to 70%. So we'd use less of the new increment for less time than is typical, which means the city gets more tax dollars and sooner. And of course, that's all going to be in our upcoming TIF application, but because those are unique and because I think they're really important points, I wanted to at least get that on the table to clear up some confusion that we had heard. So those are the last clarifications and updates we had since the last time we saw you. Please let us know if anyone has questions for the team. Thank you again for having us back.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. The debt trigger, questions for council members? The TIF comments or the willingness to jettison the idea of a restaurant if we think it helps with traffic reduction. Anybody have any questions relative to that? Yeah, Member Jackson.
This isn't about that. It's just in general, I've got two questions. The first one's for Mr. Palkowicz. When it seemed to me in looking at the drawings that the shape of the glassy link had changed as you pushed it down the setback from the north. Is it the same as what you showed us in sketch plan? Am I just looking at the pictures wrong? Because it was such a stunning element before, and it looked different for some reason.
It is fundamentally the same as what we had previously shown. I believe we had shown a couple more, I'll call them raw model views, and one of them was the elevation. Here I can.
You showed one, Chris, before. It is the same size. We showed one before that was, I think, from the west looking east, and it wasn't in this level of detail. It was more of an elevation, but it showed the whole thing.
So we have in our city submission here. This is the glassy link with the copper elements here. It's not quite as impactful as the renderings here, as it's just a flat drawing.
You did have a different one before, Chris. I agree with the council member. It was somewhere between this level of elevation and the detailed rendering. It was near like the end of the renderings in the presentation.
Yes, I can. If you'd like to ask your second question, Mr. Council
Yeah, the
Member. I
second
can
question
certainly pull it up.
in your application, you talked about affecting the drainage. And I know that was one of the questions that came up from the public. And could you tell people what you're doing that changes the pervious surfaces and the drainage from the current situation?
Mike, are you still on?
Yes.
I think between you and Chris, it'd be good to answer that.
Sure. Yeah, generally right now, all the drainage for the site goes for the Perkins parking lot, goes from the upper parking lot to the lower parking lot, then it discharges to the southwest. It goes on to the MnDOT right away and into the storm sewer that's in Highway 100. And what we're proposing to do is we're going to capture the majority of the runoff from the roof and from the courtyard area amenity space to the east and the western parking lot and gather that all in storm sewer and then put that into an underground tank system. And then that would treat the stormwater and then release it to that same storm sewer that is out in Highway 100. So we'll reduce the impervious surface by quite a bit, and we're going to reduce the outflow will be reduced by 62% coming off of the site.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And there's that image. That's the one, Chris.
Okay. And putting the restaurant in didn't change the shape of that in any way.
Nope, it's down to the left. It would be that lower left zone.
Okay. And then my final question is, the Planning Commission talked about shifting those 2 units that were on Eden Avenue to the interior side. I agree with them saying that, and I hope that that's in the final plans.
We are totally fine with that idea.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Other questions at this point in time? Mr. Walton, on the affordable housing issue, remind me what the duration is for the affordable housing, the proposed duration.
It would be, I'm actually not certain what it is in Edina. Typically for us, it's 30 years. We've done this in multiple cities. We'd be following whatever the Edina guidelines are.
All right, and then with your TIF request that you will be coming with, have you got any sense of what that request will represent as a % of the total cost of the project?
So the way we would be asking for it, just to clarify, it wouldn't be anything up front as a percentage, right? Ours would be what we call pay-go TIF.
Yeah.
So, okay. I do not have that. I know that it would be that the time period I know that we've studied and the percentage of the increment, like I mentioned, 12 to 15 years on timing and closer to 70% versus 90 on the actual increment. I also know that the current site is about $100,000 a year in taxes. So I do know these numbers. By the time we're done, the taxes would be around, it'd be just over $1 million. So there's close to $900,000 of increment. And if we were 70% of that, that'd be around $600,000 annually for 12 to 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
So so that's less than 10% of the project, like, for that quick math, and we can detail all that out in the application.
Yeah, I think we've historically been in that like 8 to 12% range on the total project value on use of TIF. So just a heads up on that as a potential issue. All right. Let me see if I had anything else. Right now, I don't right now. I think we'll go to the public hearing.
Just one more question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Member Anderson, yes.
Thank you.
Ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, the restaurant pro and con conversation is intriguing. And I'm not sure when we should be having it, but I would like to kind of hear from my colleagues about that, what they think about that. I think the traffic conversation will continue. And we've got a traffic study, and I'm sure that it's well done. There's still going to be more, and I just wonder the restaurant thing. Well, to go back to the sketch plan review, my recollection of that was we talked about a coffee shop or something, just in a venue of some kind, thinking that would be a nice addition to the neighborhood. That's not what we have today. We have a larger restaurant. And Mr. Walden suggests that if it comes out, that's okay. You put in 3 units and we're down the road. And if you really want to reduce traffic, that would be the way to do it. So I'm just wondering how everybody feels about that as a pro or a con. I think this is probably about the right time to talk about it.
Actually, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I suggest that we wait until after the public hearing?
Yeah.
Have that discussion.
Sure.
All right.
I think it's a good one to have, but
yeah. All right. Let's go to the public hearing. And for all you residents out there, thank you for your patience. If you'd like to provide testimony in this matter, you can call 800-374-0221. I think many of you did a couple hours ago, and you've been waiting patiently. Conference ID number, if you're going to call in now, is 1193697. Again, 800-374-0221. Conference ID 1193697. Operator will ask for your name and address. You need to press star one to get in the queue, and then Director Benarott will bring you in front of the council. Manager Neal will be your timer, and he'll let you know when you've got 30 seconds to go, and then when your time is up. So, Director Benarott, do we have folks in the queue?
We sure do. Our first caller in this public hearing is Ann Russ. Operator, will you please unmute Ann's line? And then Ann, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Ann Russ. I live at 4929 West Sunny Slope Road in Edina. Good evening. I live in the Sunny Slope neighborhood. I oppose the proposal of the rezoning of the Perkins site. The density and height of the building will have a detrimental effect to the Sunny Slope neighborhood and to my home specifically. Edina's 2018 comprehensive plan allows for a current use of PCD1. This would allow for the project not to exceed 4 stories. The current zoning is more than adequate for this type of multi-purpose use project. With all due respect, I believe the Planning Commission failed to adequately address a number of elements of Edina Ordinance 2015-707. The proposed project is detrimental to the property surrounding the tract. My husband, 2 children, and I live at 4929 West Sunny Slope Road. We purchased our home specifically because it was so private. Our home directly abuts the West 50th Street and Grange Road intersection, and we are within 545 feet of the proposed project. By allowing the 7-story project, this will directly affect my privacy and will allow the top 1/3 of the building and those who enjoy the rooftop deck on the north side and garden to have a direct view into my living room and to my backyard. Let me be clear, I am not okay with this. I value my privacy and do not believe that a deviation from the zoning from the comprehensive plan would be beneficial to the properties surrounding the project and my home in particular. I would ask the City Council to conduct a line of sight study into my neighborhood and to my property in specific. In addition, the proposed project will not result in overly intensive land use. The current zoning of PCD1 limits the building height to 4 stories and 48 feet. The proposed project almost doubles the building height to 7 stories and 76 feet. The proposed project is overly intensive land use project. The current zoning would adequately allow the city to have a mixed use project but without the massive scale. I also have concerns of the undue traffic congestion and traffic hazards. I share the concerns of my neighbors and will defer to their comments. However, I want to point out that to my family specifically, last year my husband was rear-ended while waiting to turn left into our neighborhood on Dale Drive. In addition, I will not let my children, ages 14 and 11, bike to school, Southview Middle School or Concord Elementary School, as I view the area in my neighborhood and around City Hall too dangerous. I urge you to consider this proposal and to vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Our next caller is Mr. Steve MacReadies. Operator, will you please unmute Steve's line? And then Steve, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
My name is Steve MacReadies, and my family and I live on 4916 West Sunny Slope Road in Edina. Members of the council and Mayor Hovland, let me first start by saying we are for development. It just needs to be smart and addresses the impact it creates to any existing neighborhood and underlying conditions. We've spoken at the Planning Commission meeting to the city staff and all 5 of you on the council individually. We posted those comments on Better Together Edina and a more detailed email to all of you. We oppose the proposed rezoning of the Perkins site due to its size, scale, and an impact to an already congested and dangerous portion of Edina. I would also like you to give public comments increased weight. We are at a disadvantage from the developer who is on video. We are calling in and have a lag time of over 30 seconds, and you have no way of knowing how many members of the public would have been present at a live meeting. You would have had a considerable amount. Second, I would also like that you carefully consider how to interpret the Better Together Edina comments and look at them with a critical eye. Up until the planning meeting, comments that supported the project were one-liners and from those that were not directly impacted by this project. Since the Planning Commission meeting, all the comments except one are opposing the rezoning. We have 5 concerns: traffic, safety, noise, TIF, and the Highway 100 50th Street interchange that alter the character of our neighborhood. These underlying issues exist in any new development at the boundary between single-family residence and mixed-use development only makes them worse. Many of my neighbors will also speak tonight in more detail on these points. I will focus on the 50th and Highway 100 interchange. This interchange is already the most complex in the city of Edina and maybe in the entire Twin Cities. The Grandview Comprehensive Plan shows considerable redesign of the interchange, including potentially adding new developments adjacent to the proposed northbound 100 exit ramp. This concept would significantly impact the entire area and should not be accomplished ad hoc, as in closing the entry ramp to Highway 100 by OLG and the free right slip ramp that is proposed with the Vernon Bridge replacement. The red line drawn on the plan is really just a proposed exit ramp, just a concept. This issue needs to be properly engineered in 3 dimensions, considering all the intersections, flyovers, tunnels, grade changes, and then properly budgeted and prioritized with MnDOT before projects in the area are developed, with a comprehensive design that takes into account traffic volumes, bike and pedestrian access, and safety. Rezoning this building and adding more people next to a freeway off-ramp with no way to safely walk to a bus stop or bike anywhere is bad and irresponsible planning. To enhance Edina's livable city, you cannot increase the density without addressing the major underlying infrastructure first. You have the discretion not to approve this project, and I encourage you to be bold and not approve it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Hogan. Operator, will you please unmute Ted's line? And Ted, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ted Hogan. I live at 4836 West Sunny Slope Road. I'm a 19-year resident of Edina, a 6-year Edina business owner. I also live in Sunny Slope neighborhood, where estimated we pay a 1.4 collectively as a neighborhood, about 1.4 in taxes annually, and growing, may I add, with the developments going on. I am in opposition of a 7-story unit proposed building at the 4917 Eden Avenue site. While I'm not opposed to a 4-story consistent with codes, we do not need to recreate the density that has taken shape in competing with the greater Southdale all the way to Centennial Lakes, or adjoining communities in Richfield, Bloomington, Hopkins neighborhood. Simply supporting my concerns, I leveraged the four most popular rental sites, apartment.com, which lists currently Edina has 211 vacancies, while adjoining communities, non-Minneapolis has 1,581. And then if you add Minneapolis vacancies that are west of the chain of the lakes, 2,091 vacancies only in apartments. If you go to Apartment Finder, they have a slightly different at 237 vacancies in Edina. You go to apartmentguide.com, 168, and then you go to rent.com. And these are just the apartment rental vacancies in Edina. While we're potentially going to add on another 196 units, it just doesn't support the need. These vacancies do not include the buildings that are currently under construction. And when the current projects are complete, we estimate that there will be close to 500 vacancies and the glut of unleased retail restaurant leases that are supported, and the base of these restaurants only continue to compound. I'm asking the city to vote no and reconsider this and hold it to the current precedents. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
Our next speaker is Mr. Kirk Adelin. Welcome back, Kirk. Operator, please unmute his line, and then Kirk, please begin again by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kirk Adelin. I currently live at 4800 Hilltop Lane in Edina. I do live in the Sunny Slope neighborhood. Just for some background, I grew up in the neighborhood and have moved back as an adult with my family. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for the opportunity to express my opinions on the proposed project at Eden Avenue, at the Eden Avenue site. I'm not here to object to redevelopment of the Eden Avenue site. I am sure that this site will be redeveloped. My concern is what is an appropriate size and scale of any project on this site. With respect to the Edina comp plan, an enormous amount of time and effort was put into the comprehensive plan from the city of Edina. There were obviously a fair amount of disagreement in our community, but the city did go forward with the comp plan. Agree or disagree with that decision, it was passed. My question is, why is the city entertaining a proposal from a developer that is outside the current zoning of the Eden Avenue site after all of the work went into the comp plan? And this is the first site on the east side of Highway 100 in the Grandview district. Current zoning, after talking to city staff, current zoning allows for a 4-story mixed-use development on the current Eden Avenue site. I do not think many people would object to this size and scale. It would obviously be a change from the restaurant currently at the site, but it is the equivalent of a Nolan and Mainz type project at 50th and France or Excelsior and Grand in St. Louis Park just north on Highway 100. These would be large projects that would significantly change the site. What is being proposed is almost twice as tall. The proposed project is requesting a 7-story building on a site that has nothing anywhere near it of similar size. I would state that a project of this size is not only completely out of character for this location, but also likely result in at least 1 or 2 more similar structures on the east side of Highway 100 at some point in the future. There is no current infrastructure that is even close to being able to support the size and scale of a project of this kind. In addition, a project of this size will negatively impact any type of bikeable, walkable throughways, as the building will literally go almost to the street, similar to the Avador project next to Jerry's based on the developer's current plans. In discussions with the developer, he was very specific in stating that he sees an opportunity for more development on the east side of Highway 100. I would also add that a project of this size and scale would have a significantly negative impact on anybody that lives on any neighborhoods on the east side of Edina and wishes to access Highway 100 from a traffic perspective. There's only one road that runs between Minneapolis at 50th Street and France to Highway 100. I would also like to be very clear that the developer was explicit in direct talks with our neighborhood organization in the 2 talks prior to this conversation tonight that he would need TIF financing to make this project happen. This is the first time that I've heard him say it out loud that he addresses TIF financing in the meeting tonight. In closing, I would request that the City Council please adhere to the current zoning for the site. A 4-story redevelopment would be very appropriate for this site. In my opinion, there would be very less pushback from the community and would be comparable to similar sized projects like Nolan and Mainz or Excelsior and Grand, which have been proven to be successful. This project is significantly too large in terms of scale and size for the current location. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Adelin.
Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Molly McGrain. Operator, please unmute Molly's line, and then Molly, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, good evening, Commission. My name is Molly McGrain. I'm 15 years old and live at 4913 West Sunny Slope Road. We moved into our house when I was 2 years old. The Sunny Slope neighborhood is known for being quiet and is also known for having large lots, which were great being a kid and growing up and walking to my friends' houses. We played in the streets, trick-or-treated the entire neighborhood, and grew giant pumpkins in our backyard. When I started elementary school at Concord, one of my favorite days of the year was walk or bike to school day. Unfortunately, that meant crossing 50th Street. My mom would not let me bike or walk to school until I got a little older. I will always remember the time I biked to school in second grade, as I was petrified to cross 50th Street because there was so much traffic. Mr. Miser, our neighbor, led a bunch of us kids across on our bikes so we could participate. The Sunny Slope neighborhood has kids going to 4 different schools, and each school requires kids to cross 50th. OLG, Normandale, and Southview, and Concord. Our next door neighbors on the left side have 3 boys who go to OLG, and my brother and I went to Concord, Southview, and now I go to EHS. When my mom drives me to school in the morning, we see several kids with their OLG shirts biking to school on a daily basis. They're always biking on the south side of the street as there's no sidewalk on the north side. There's so much traffic on 50th in the morning entering Highway 100 north that they always get stopped there and have to wait a long time before they can cross, usually when a car stops and leaves them through. If the other northbound entrance to Highway 100 is closed as a result of this project, it will be even more difficult for many students to bike to school. I cannot imagine more traffic on what I consider to be the frontage road between Edina Country Club and Highway 100. With 4 different schools in that direction, kids will have even more of a challenge getting to school safely. As I am now 15, my challenges are a little different. I got my permit 4 weeks ago, and one of the scariest corners I've encountered is turning onto 50th from our neighborhood. There's always traffic on this street. The traffic study shows that this is rated as an E or F, and I do not understand how we can sustain even more traffic. Turning right out of our neighborhood requires you to wait a long time before you can carefully turn onto the neighborhood, and even then, sometimes cars are piled up in front of the stoplight before Highway 100. When cars are stopped ahead of you at the stop sign, it can take several minutes just to get out of our neighborhood. It's even more challenging turning left onto our neighborhood as a way to get home from school or sports. I realize that people outside of our neighborhood may be in support of this new project, but as someone who lives in this neighborhood and grew up in this neighborhood, I am not in support. This area is known for a 4-story building, not a 7-story building. I will personally miss the Perkins. So many gatherings with friends and families have been there, and many great memories. If the Perkins has to go away, I really hope you won't support a 7-story building in its place. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath.
Next, we have Kim Nelson. Operator, will you please unmute Kim's line? And Kim, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
My name is Kim Nelson. I'm representing. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Kim Nelson. I'm representing the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters at 700 Olive Street in St. Paul. Mayor Hovland and council members, I'd like to thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. As I stated, I represent 28,000 construction workers with North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. We speak in favor of the redevelopment at 4917 Eden Avenue by Reuter Walton. I understand the community's concerns. We find Reuter Walton to be a responsible developer that invests in communities, listens to community stakeholders, and constructs beautiful quality buildings. Furthermore, this project will mean more affordable housing and create thousands of hours of work for construction workers. Reuter Walton is a developer who uses contractors that pay good wages and hire local workers. We have many members who live in Edina. As our construction industry recovers from the pandemic, good paying local construction jobs are important. We respectfully ask that you approve the rezoning to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Our next speaker tonight is Ms. Janet Dietrich. Operator, will you please unmute Janet's line? And Janet, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, I want to verify you can hear me.
Yes, Ms. Dietrich, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Janet Dietrich, and my family and I live at 4816 Wood Hill Way in the Sunny Slope neighborhood. Thank you very much for taking my input tonight. I believe it is premature to even consider allowing a 6 or 7 story residential building to be constructed on the Perkins site, given the evidence you already have of traffic and safety issues related to 50th Street, the second busiest section of roadway in all of Edina. Grades of E and F for level of service don't suggest there is adequate infrastructure support for a building of this size. I know you've heard it before, but I will repeat it here. We've had kids from our neighborhood hit on their bicycles along 50th Street. It is not a pleasant walk to the merchants at 50th and France or across the bridge to the Jerry's area, with the sidewalk so close to cars that zoom along, sometimes with drivers distracted by cell phones. Numerous neighbors, and if you have already heard from one tonight, have been rear-ended while trying to turn into Sunny Slope, and some people won't even allow their elderly relatives to drive in for a visit. Please let that sink in. And this is in a city that desires to be pedestrian and bicycle friendly. I respectfully submit that the council's time would be better spent ensuring that the plan for a safer 50th Street and the surrounding roads is enacted, and after those changes have been made, a new traffic study should be completed to determine what the capacity is for motorized travel in this area. The traffic study conducted a couple of months ago during a pandemic and around spring break time, albeit with certain assumptions from the past, does not adequately factor in our new reality. How could it? We don't really know what traffic patterns will look like after the pandemic. How many people will be working from home? How many times will UPS, FedEx, and other delivery people circle through nearby neighborhoods now that so many people have grown accustomed to that convenience? And what will a pandemic do to people's desire to live in apartments anyway? Housing prices are skyrocketing as a result of the pandemic, while numerous apartments are vacant. There are too many questions right now to be confident that a 7-story or 6-story building bordering a highway will even be successful. My neighbors and I only have 2 roads in and out of our neighborhood. We have no choice but to deal with the traffic and safety issues on 50th Street at uncontrolled intersections. You have a choice tonight. You can either hear our collective voices or you can ignore them and approve the rezoning. I know what I'd do if I were in your shoes, but I'll be interested to hear what you do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Dietrich.
Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Roberta Castellano. Operator, please unmute Roberta's line. And Roberta, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, Ms. Castellano, we can hear you just fine.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Roberta Castellano, 4854 France Avenue South. First, I noticed that in the staff report on page 14, condition number 13 is wrong. That language is from the 70th and France U.S. Bank site, so I would like to know what the language should be for condition number 13, if any. And second, I oppose the Perkins site redevelopment proposal at this time in part because I'm just not buying it that the city is going to build the east side exit ramp from northbound Highway 100. The flyover exit ramp is the city's future goal, and Carrie Teague stated that at the Planning Commission public hearing. Therefore, it appears to me that the city is attempting to utilize the potential easement matter as a means to accomplish at least 2 things. 1, to surreptitiously resume work on the Grandview Green, also known as the lid, over Highway 100 at 50th and Vernon, which work would likely pertain to negotiating with MnDOT regarding MnDOT right-of-way, and it appears to me that the city is attempting to restart this work without full disclosure to the public. Excuse me. And 2, to set new zoning precedents for building height and other zoning guidelines on the east side of Highway 100 in support of future lid-related development plans. So as an example, it could go something like this. The council approves the preliminary rezoning. However, Reuter Walton would like to have something firm prior to final approval, right? Why would the council give final approval without getting everything lined up with MnDOT first? Because depending on the result, Reuter Walton may want to revise their plans. And there's the foot in the door. The city could enter into negotiations for the lid, but just not tell the public. Then the city might come back to the public and say, oh, MnDOT wants a flyover ramp, and oh, MnDOT wants to address the southbound ramps at the same time. So then the easement won't be needed, And maybe the council will then approve even more density for the site, something that would require a comprehensive plan amendment. Now, this could also happen after final approval. I'm just giving one example. Okay? In any case, I think that the city is misrepresenting the current situation. And there have been a number of times where the city has given information to the public that is different from what the city is actually doing. This includes 50th and France, Grandview, Southdale, Pentagon Park, the comprehensive plan update, just to name a few examples that all involve development matters. In closing, I oppose the current plans, and I oppose the plans for the lid. I call on the council to deny the current proposal, and I call on the council to come clean to the public about the city's actual plans for the northbound exit ramp. Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Mr. Dwight Bonewell. Operator, will you please unmute Dwight's line, and then Dwight, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Okay, I just want to confirm you can hear me.
We can, Mr. Bonewell.
All right, so my name's Dwight Bonewell. I'm a resident of Sunny Slope neighborhood. My address is 4920 West Sunny Slope Road. My family and I live at potentially the most impacted piece of land by what the city council is making decisions on tonight and the next few months. You're reviewing a development that is going to put further stress on an infrastructure that is inadequate and failing the residents you represent. Specifically, the Sunny Slope neighborhood is so close to City Hall that we have become overlooked. Your recent traffic study indicated that the only two ways out of the Sunny Slope neighborhood were rated F or borderline F. It strikes me so odd that a fail wouldn't compel the city to immediately find a solution for such a dangerous situation. Yet rather than solve the infrastructure problem, you're considering to pass a 7-story apartment building that will add another 1,200 cars a day to our Sunny Slope intersections. These have already been deemed a fail by your own experts. I moved to Sunny Slope neighborhood because of the Edina school system and the beauty of this unique residential area. If my son or daughter came home from school with a fail in a class, the teachers and myself will have the utmost concern on how to solve this problem immediately. Putting a 196 unit 7-story building in a location that will add more pressure on 2 failing intersections would be the equivalent of putting a failing student into an AP course to solve the failing grade. There are big changes coming for the on-off ramps to the 50th Street from Highway 100. The Reuter-Walton development has already set aside land for an off-ramp on the Highway 100 North. This off-ramp will drive 100% of the exit traffic to my back door. With all of this traffic comes noise. By adding 196 units and a restaurant, you're adding insult to injury to the unresolved traffic issues on 50th Street and the unresolved noise issues that have severely impacted the Sunny Slope neighborhood. In addition to the Reuter-Walton development that we are discussing tonight, you have the city work site that will add an immense density in traffic, which again will further compound all the above mentioned issues. Beyond that, then you have 2 more sites that sit in between the Reuter-Walton development and the Sunny Slope neighborhood. These oversized developments that you're forcing into small spaces are degrading the safety of our streets and the quality of life in the Sunny Slope neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm not against reasonable development. However, when you're trying to develop a city without the proper infrastructure in place, you're failing your residents and diminishing the reasons why I moved to Edina in the first place. Please do not rezone the site. Please listen to your Edina residents that are most impacted, and please improve the safety of the 50th Street for all of Edina residents. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bonewell.
Our next speaker tonight is Mr. Paul Porter. Operator, will you please unmute Paul's line? And Paul, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Yes, hello folks. My name is Paul Porter. I live at 4928 Dale Drive. And actually we're neighbors. I live across the street from City Hall, where you folks typically work. I am the city contact person for the newly formed Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association. And I want to thank MJ Lamone for assisting us in that process. This past weekend, the association conducted a survey of its membership regarding the Perkins site redevelopment. The details and results of the survey are posted on Better Together Edina. The bottom line of the survey, an overwhelming majority, 85% of Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association members who responded to the survey were either somewhat or strongly against the Perkins redevelopment project as currently proposed. Okay, I want to take my hat off as the city contact person for the association, and now I want to provide my personal comments. And I'd say, well, it's been an interesting evening. It's 11:16, and you've been told a lot of things, and some things you weren't told tonight. You were told tonight that the level of service is an issue at various intersections in our neighborhood, but you weren't told the level of service score for the traffic near here is E and F. That's failing grade. And you just heard from Dwight, who talked about that issue. Mr. Pierce, you were correct. What you heard about traffic in the traffic study isn't logical. Traffic problems will increase. Perkins is leaving because there isn't enough restaurant traffic. There aren't people flowing through it. We live close enough. We know why they're leaving. What you weren't told tonight is that there are no sidewalks to the bus stops on 50th Street from the proposed building. That's along Grange Road. That's property you, the city, owned. No bus stops, no sidewalks for the bus stops. Interesting, Carrie Teague showed you on the screen the positives of the project, but the screen was blank when it came to the negatives. Why? Carrie did acknowledge that there were more negative comments than positive comments. Please, council members and Mayor Jim, please look at those negative comments he didn't talk about and he didn't show you. Nick Walton spoke, and he was correct. He was incorrect in saying that the 0.19 acre triangle of land on the northwest side of the current Perkins building is MnDOT land. It says MnDOT land on the maps that they provide, but in fact, it is the city of Edina land, apparently given to the. Please look into this, please. Regarding Kyle's comments, we're finding out that height restrictions can be easily modified, for example, by simply rezoning. With that, I'd like to say thank you for paying attention to the neighbors. Please reconsider and delay this until the infrastructure is better and adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Before I introduce our next speaker, we do have several people on the line, but I only have a few more in the queue to speak. So as a reminder, if you'd like to provide testimony in this public hearing matter, please press *1. That's the asterisk symbol, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. That will get you in the queue to speak. If you're on the line just to listen to this public hearing, that's just fine. But if you'd like to speak, please press *1 to get into the queue. With that, I'll introduce our next speaker, Mr. Stephen Lundberg. Operator, will you please unmute Stephen's line? And Stephen, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hi there, I'm Stephen Lundberg at 4801 Hilltop Lane. And I want to thank the mayor and the council for giving us a chance to voice our opinions tonight on this project. I think it's clear that folks are not against a development. So this isn't a NIMBY deal. it's really a combination of things. I'd say central to it is 50th is so unsafe for anybody other than a grade A driver or somebody that's really heads up. Mr. Milner said the average speed on 50th is 36 miles an hour. If we assume 20% of people go the speed limits, which might be a little generous, but if we do, that's 20% going 42 miles an hour to get to 36 on average. Now, what that means with the volume of traffic on 50th is that every 30 seconds, a car is going by at least 42 miles per hour. In addition, we know from, bell curves and Gaussian distributions that it's more like one car every once in a while going 45 miles an hour. So it's not just a clinical assessment by a traffic engineer that service levels are adequate. I mean, we're really up against it. We are on a rack. And we also have people using the sidewalk for biking. So they're popping up, going across the street while we're looking for cars going 42 to 45 miles an hour every 30 seconds, if you trust Chad's, average speed. It's a very difficult turn, and it's not safe. Now, we all know traffic studies in Edina always result in a recommendation to proceed. So the fact that it didn't recommend that there were problems or note that is not unexpected. And I told the neighbors I've never seen a traffic study that didn't green light an Edina development. So why do we even do them? I don't know. One last point. There was a great post on Nextdoor. It said, I really take issue with the city's, urban planning. The way they do urban development. Remaining. And they said they get everybody together. We spend countless hours. The residents come. Everyone puts the plan together. They all vote it in, and then they tear it up and ignore it. And that's exactly what you're doing here, and that's why people are losing faith in City Hall. And the only reason you're still there is because we have so many people that don't know what's going on. But I hope tonight I see change. I see Commissioner Pierce asking real questions, not just, the bed bug letter type of questions we usually get in response. So, okay, no more bed bug letters to the community. Let's get real. Thank you.
Our next caller tonight is Mr. Mark Sperano. Operator, will you please unmute Mark's line? And Mark, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Mark Sperano, 4905 East Sunny Slope Road in the Sunny Slope area, 11-year homeowner. I'm speaking on behalf of the subgroup within our now city recognized Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association. Council, if you approve this rezoning, you set up for future challenges. Reuter Walton RW requires tax increment financing TIF for this project, either a new TIF district, because we're outside of Grandview 2 district, or a small area plan be created. My comments are based on Minnesota TIF guidance, which Edina uses, as well as the Edina 2018 small area plan guidance, which encourages, quote, use of redevelopment tools to create public realm improvement, close quote. The Edina and all of Minnesota TIF is used for two basic purposes. One, to induce or cause development or redevelopment. This argument might hold true if we were at the 4-story original zoning scope in RW's original scope. I fail to see how RW needs TIF inducement to make the Perkins project viable, given that it's now a 7-story hulking apartment building with 196 units, 90% of them paying market rate rents, as well as a 3,700 square foot restaurant, again at market rate rents. Item 2 from Minnesota TIF guidance is to finance public infrastructure, streets, sewer, parking facilities, etc. None of these in the proposed RW scope, which has vacillated wildly over the last few months, extend to the rest of the city, as there's no walking, biking, or rolling path connections to City Hall, all of Eden Avenue, and all of Wilson Road. All we get is a parklet, quote unquote, a parklet that you can't get to, because honestly, how much green space can you jam onto 2.08 acres with a density of 94 units per acre? I've written a letter to the mayor and city and the city council, which I also posted on Better Together Edina, which talks about this density issue. And all we get is a parklet. It's some sculptures that you can see as you drive by the 7-story skyscraper. It's insulting that RW would use affordable housing as argument for TIF financing. Only 10% or 20 units out of 196 would be affordable at the 50% of area median income. 20 units is a paltry 6% of the 315 new affordable housing units Edina is committed to by 2030 based on its 2040 comprehensive plan. Don't be fooled by your materials showing the 20 affordable units stacked against 2030 Met Council target of 1,800 plus units, because that goal is shared by many other cities, not just Edina. Neighbors such as those in Sunny Slope, which represent 230 residents owning 73 homes, pay $1.4 million in tax annually, effectively subsidizing the RW project for 12 years, since the new residents there will enjoy basic services such as police and fire protection. Just from Sunny Slope, we'll be funding for 12 years a parklet, few sculptures, 20 affordable units. It's like giving us traffic shadows, site blockage, like rubbing salt in a wounds. RW will enjoy pay-as-you-go TIF finance for 12 years at $90K a year for over $10 million. Funding RW $10 million over 12 years is a colossal, inappropriate use of taxpayer money and a lack of financial prudence. And it pales in comparison to the successful public realm, quote-unquote, improvements at Grandview, Centennial Lakes, and Borough Park. For all of these aforementioned reasons, I encourage you to deny the rezoning request and avoid these future TIF pitfalls. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sparrow.
At this time, I do not have anyone else in the queue. Again, if you're on the call and would like to provide a comment at this time, please press *1 on your telephone keypad. Because there is a slight delay in the broadcast and we may have people still trying to call in, I would recommend we wait a minute or so. My clock shows that it's 7:28. I'll come 11:28. Having problems with those 7s and 11s tonight. I will come back to you at 11:29 or when I have another caller.
Thank you, Director Benarott.
It is now 11:29 and I do not have another caller, so I think it would be safe for you to move forward with your agenda.
Thank you, Director Benarott. Colleagues, there was at least one question raised by Councilmember Anderson, and I'm thinking about the timing on everything here. So what we would typically do is move to close the public hearing at noon on May 26, 2021, and then continue this action for further discussion and vote on June 1, 2021. And I'm wondering about the timing of some of these conversations that we might want to have in light of the fact that unlike in the past where we would close the public hearing now and then maybe postpone the vote, I'm wondering if some of these conversations should more appropriately be held on June 1st as opposed to this evening, assuming we make the typical motion that we've been making during the pandemic, and that would be to close the public hearing at noon on the following Monday. Just wondering what my colleagues think about that, and then entertain a motion accordingly based on that. Member Staunton?
Mr. Mayor, my general preference is to wait until we've received all the public comment before we do any deliberating. it's possible that, there might be some more questions in the wake of these, the public comment that we've heard tonight. And I know Member Anderson had also raised the issue of whether we ought to have some discussion about the restaurant preference or not. I know I have a couple of other questions, but in general, I'd prefer we wait to do our full deliberation until we've heard from everybody after the 26th. But there are a couple more questions I have, and then depending on how deep it goes, I'd be willing to have some conversation about the point that Member Anderson raised.
All right. Why don't we go back to staff, or with questions that council members might have, and then hold the conversation on some of these issues that we want to deliberate in more depth on until after the public hearing is closed and we have a full and complete record in front of us, as Member Staunton suggests. So, Member Staunton, did you have a couple questions you wanted to raise now?
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation about the 50th Street traffic, and Mr. Terhar gave us the summary of the traffic study. But I'm also interested in, the Grandview Development Framework, the Grandview Transportation Study, both talk about that stretch, and as well as the bike and pedestrian master plan all talk about that stretch. And one of the questions I just wanted to raise, and I'm not sure it can be answered tonight, but I want to raise it so that that information will be available to us when we do deliberate on this, is what possibilities. I looked at the transportation study from 2016, and on page, let me make sure I got the right page here. It's in chapter 3 on page 40, the top of page 40. There's a good, it's figure 3.20, section F, which shows a cross section of 50th Street. And what I'm wondering is, that's the one right there, Chad. I'm wondering if that is doable on 50th Street and what it would take to do that along 50th Street.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Staunton, I could answer that one generally real quickly here. This shows an 80-foot section. You can see the sidewalks and bike lanes, and a real similar section than what's out there. The right-of-way today is 80 feet, but within that 80 feet, there's portions where there's a turn lane, or there's a boulevard, or there's actually some sections there right with these properties across from City Hall where there's 10 feet of grass and trees. So could we build this? Yes, but there would be impacts to other properties, City Hall property, and we would probably need more than 80 feet in certain locations with turn lanes. So the general idea of this is possible. It's just how do we work out all those details down the road. And then this leads into our bike ped master plan for the area. On 50th, we hope to put these bike lanes in at some point. Grange has the sidewalk, and we're doing a lot of improvements on the west side of Highway 100 currently with all the intersection stuff. And we should start to focus some of our energies and PAC's money to this side of the highway near and around City Hall with all the comments we've heard here tonight.
Yeah, and I guess the question that I'd raise that I would, like to discuss more when we get to the deliberation phase is, how can we, this is one example, but how can we better balance the pedestrians and cyclists with the cars? Because we've heard in great detail this evening how imbalanced it is right now, and I understand why and how we got here, but the question is, how can we fix it, and what will it take to fix it? And I do think it is relevant to the discussion that we're having about this potential development. So that was the one question I wanted to raise, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I think it's good to plant those seeds now. Does anybody else have a question they'd like to raise now with the staff? Member Jackson?
Yes, thank you. I have a brief question for Director Teague. Can you please confirm for us what the Met Council goal is for affordable housing in Edina proper? There was a question about what that number was and what it applied to.
Yes, the goal is 1,804 units by the year 2030, and that's just the Edina share.
Okay. And that's needed from today, or is needed from what date? Because we've been building some units.
Yeah, essentially from the date that they approved our comprehensive plan, so last summer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions at this point in time for staff or the applicant? All right, Member Anderson, you're comfortable holding your question for discussion?
I am. I mean, I was just kind of interested in the restaurant, but I think in taking a higher view, as Member Staunton is suggesting, and really considering the whole district, I think that's a good idea. And we'll come back to it on June 1st. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Would one of you care to make a motion to close the public hearing in this matter on noon or at noon on May 26, 2021, and then continue the action on this item to the June 1, 2021 City Council meeting?
So moved,
Like
Mr. Mayor.
Member Pierce had another
Oh.
question.
You answered my question and when you summarized the motion. So let's move forward.
All right, Member
Thank
Anderson.
you.
Oh, thank you, Member Pierce. Member Anderson moves. We could have gotten to that in discussion too here. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Staunton. And then Member Pierce, are you sure that we got your question answered?
Yeah, my question was going to just have someone kind of summarize the timeline of when we're going to do deliberation. And so you covered that, I think, sufficiently when you summarized the motion.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure we didn't leave something hanging that you thought was important to address now. So, all right, we've got a motion to close the public hearing at noon on May 26, 2021 with regard to this matter, and then continue the action on the item to the June 1, 2021 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Clerk Allison.
Councilmember Pierce.
Aye.
Councilmember Staunton.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Motion's approved. And we will take this matter up on June 1. All right, next portion of the agenda is thank you everybody for participating in the meeting, in the public hearing. Whether you were the applicant, staff, some of our consultants, neighbors, thank you. You help us get a complete set of facts here to work from. Reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And we have one item in this portion of the agenda this evening, and that is a sketch plan review for 4911 77th Street West, and Director Teague has this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll just quickly tee this one up. So the site we're looking at is the Pentagon Park South, otherwise known as the Pentagon Village. The city rezoned the site to PUD a couple of years ago, and what's on the screen is the first phase within the PUD. So there have been a couple of structures built, the two retail buildings out on 77th. The parking structure, the park, there was to be 2 hotels built and another retail space. Given COVID, the hotel industry has taken a significant hit. So those aren't to be, well, there's the potential for the middle hotel still to be built in the future. But the site you're looking at this evening is just this one here at the intersection of Viking and Computer. There was an approved plan called for a 5-story, 153-room hotel. What the applicant would like to do is replace that with a 200-unit apartment building. So with that, I will turn it over to Jay Scott, who is going to present the sketch plan for you this evening.
Thank you, Director Teague. Mr. Scott, nice to have you with us again.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It's our pleasure to be before you tonight. And my name again is Jay Scott. My company's name is Solomon Real Estate Group. Joining me tonight is my partner on this project, Christian Lawrence with Rise Modular. We also have David Stahl on the call tonight as well, and he's with Cunningham, our project architect as well. So we're excited to be here tonight and present this proposal to you and to solicit your feedback and to answer any preliminary questions that you might have on the project. As I'm also a development partner with Hillcrest on the overall Pentagon Village project, I thought it might make sense to just provide a little bit of a background on that project. Mr. Teague gave you kind of a general update, and I thought I would just touch on a few of those components before we jump into the apartment project tonight, if that's all right with you. So, David, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen, maybe putting up the site plan, our first graphic, and I can speak to that this evening.
All right, it's on the screen.
Yep, so this is the site plan, the approved site plan for Pentagon Village. And as Mr. Teague mentioned, this was approved back in 2018. 2019, we basically built all of the infrastructure for the site. This included the central plaza and all of kind of the features that are part of that, as well as the first phase of the parking ramp, which is the 3-level 423 stall ramp that is constructed to date out on the site. In addition to that, as you might recall, we have 5 buildable sites, so 5 lots where we can have vertical development activity occur on the property. Thus far, we just have the 2 retail buildings built on lot 1, and we're looking forward to completing the leasing of those with some additional restaurants. As we come out of the pandemic right now and some of the effects on the restaurant industry, we are seeing a lot of additional activity in that particular arena right now, and certainly for this site as well. So we're encouraged by that and excited to get those buildings fully leased here in the not too distant future. As Mr. Teague mentioned, on lot 2, we have the hotel site. That site was actually sold, you might recall, to JR Hospitality. It is approved for a 235-room, 5-story, dual-branded Marriott hotel. That industry was obviously greatly impacted by COVID. However, that industry is slowly bouncing back, and so we're hopeful that there may be some construction activity occurring in 2022 on that site as well. Just to the east of that site is a small site that we're working right now on a signature casual dining restaurant for that location, which we're really excited about, and I hope to have those plans before you sometime later this year for your review and consideration on that site. And then, of course, on lot 5, we're pursuing an office commercial development, and in the marketplace right now, trying to find users for that site to really kick off the construction activity there. And obviously, the workforce has been impacted as well, as we all know, and this project is probably set back, 12 to 18 months because of COVID. But nevertheless, we're very bullish on it, very excited about its future, and we do have a lot of activity, a lot of things going on right now, sort of behind the scenes that we hope will result in a lot of construction activity over the next couple of years to really realize the vision of what Pentagon Village was. And then, of course, you see lot 3 highlighted on this particular site plan. So that is the site in question. That's what we're here to talk about specifically tonight, which is a multifamily housing project on that particular site. David, can you advance to the next screen? This is just a rendering graphic that depicts the kind of the massing of the site as it gets built out over time. I think you may have seen this graphic in the past. Still accurately represents what we plan to build on the site and what we have in the works on the site. And then highlighted in yellow is lot 3. That is where the multifamily housing project would be located on the site. David, would you go to the next graphic? And here, this happens to be a site plan of the apartment project that we want to present to you tonight. Before we do that, I'm going to have David present the plan, and then we're all available to answer any questions, of course. I do want to introduce again my partner, Christian Lawrence with Rise Modular. We're really excited that this project is planned to be constructed with modular construction, and I thought it would be nice for Christian to introduce himself and his company and speak a little bit about modular construction as well, just for your benefit before we jump into the plan. So Christian, if you're available, you can do that.
Sure. Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Mayor Hovland and the City Council. for providing feedback tonight. My name is Christian Lawrence, founder and CEO of Rise Modular. We have 3 arms: Rise Modular, which construction is our GC, and Rise Development, our development arm, which is partnering with Jay and Solomon on this project, which we're very excited about. We are a new, innovative construction and real estate company headquartered in Minneapolis. Our first manufacturing facility is in Owatonna, Minnesota, pictured here. And we are utilizing technology that we've pioneered here in the Midwest that has been used in Europe and Asia for many decades successfully, and has recently started to pop up on the East and West Coast. This construction method and technology provides faster construction with higher quality, lower costs, and more environmental sustainability, while reducing site disruptions during construction with the faster construction time and less site work, less traffic, less noise, less truck trips to the site. Here's a picture of our first project, which we completed earlier this year. It's called Mod 42 in South Minneapolis. And if you flip to the next slide, I'll admit it looks a little messy for a week or so during construction to keep the waterproofing. Here's the finished product, which you would never know is built modular. It's actually higher quality. If you flip to the next slide, you can see some interior pictures of the completed units. And so we're really excited about introducing this technology to the Midwest on the project we're soliciting feedback on tonight. Would be probably our 6th project in the metro area. And so we're really excited about this project and looking forward to feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I think ever since you set up the plant in Owatonna, I've been hearing about Rise Modular, and all favorable. It's an interesting concept. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and then we'll go back to Jay.
Actually, I have, if it's all right, David Stahl with Cunningham just walk through the project that we're proposing tonight, and then we're again available for questions. David, do we have you on the line?
Yeah, Mr. Stahl.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Apologies. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're just getting started, so we're here early to solicit early feedback so we can take any of that and hopefully shape it. But what we want to walk through today is not only the site of the shape and positioning of the building, but we want to make sure that the pedestrian experience is also great from those that might not be in the site. So we're taking quite a bit of time to look at the pedestrian experience. We're following the existing setbacks of the adjacent buildings to have a consistent street experience throughout the project, but we did want to make sure that you could flow between the buildings. There's lots of pathways. While the sidewalks are urban feeling in this area, we did want to break it up with various aspects of, for instance, an art walk. We want to make sure that there's public art throughout the area, something nice to enjoy. We want to make sure that the drop-off is comfortable. We're hoping that Uber and other type of rideshare is used a lot, and we wanted to make sure that the experience of drop-off and pickup was comfortable. We want to make sure that even if you're going from farther sites and going through, that it flows naturally. And we wanted to make sure our residents had an area that was relaxing, outdoors. This area right now is industrial and turning over, but we wanted to make sure they had a nice area that was secluded and comfortable. here you can see our massing and how we'll fit in with the existing context and hopefully the future hotel. We've got a podium building with 5 stories above. We're orienting the above grade plaza south to make sure to get as much sun, and we will have a pool on that level. We'll also have a sunset deck up on the corner looking out to the west to take advantage of that. We will, actually, I'll give you some numbers. This consists of approximately 200 units. 10% will be affordable at 50% AMI. We have, excuse me?
No, go ahead.
Sounded like someone had a question. Apologies. We have, we'll have 4 electric vehicle stalls plus 10 plus ready, and even probably more than that because we do foresee that as being a highly useful aspect in the future. And we also want to make sure we have a lot of bike parking accounted for. So we'll have guest parking outside as well as bike parking within and even a bike lounge as one of the amenities to work on and hang out along those lines. As you can see, we're showing it as just white right now because it's just about the massing, but we want to make sure that the building fits in nicely with the area. We'll make sure that the quality exterior materials meet expected Edina standards, and we want to make sure this is an elegant building that will look good for a long time. I'll keep it very short because it's been a late night and would like to get to your questions.
All right, Mr. Stahl, thank you. Council member, anyone care to lead off with their thoughts? I don't know if you want to pull that down. Maybe you want to pull that down so we can see everybody.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Apologies while I'm looking for the stop. There we go.
Very good. I think most of us have it on our computers and we can look at it that way as well. So anybody care to lead off? Member Jackson? Oh, Member Anderson.
I'll go.
Yeah, this newfound energy that you have, where you're getting stronger all the time after.
I'm feeling pretty good these days. I mean, compared to what, huh? Okay, so my first thought when I looked at the sketch plan initially was, gee whiz, I thought we were going to put a great hotel in there, and we're leaving that pretty quick. So much of the approval of the project was based on the 2 hotels, but the world has changed. I get that, and you got to backfill here. I don't know, Mr. Solomon, if you're moving a little fast on that. That's just a thought. But I'm offering you that, and I know that the hospitality industry is suffering. So I also, as you mentioned earlier, it's beginning to recover. However, the narrative that was submitted is outstanding, and it paints a very good picture of what's possible there with your building. And I'm a big believer in modular construction. If it's done right, it actually is. It can be superior. It certainly represents cost savings and great energy consumption. So the intended unit mix is a question I have for you. 1, 2, 3s. Give me some thought about what you have in mind there.
So right now, we have studios, alcoves, and to differentiate, in case you don't know what an alcove is, that's an area where the bed is tucked back, so it isn't out in the living room. We have 1 bedrooms, 1 plus dens, and 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And then on you anticipate using the parking ramp that represents a good portion of your parking. So I'm assuming that you would have some kind of written agreement on the parking ramp occupancy as the project fills back in.
Yeah, the parking for Pentagon Village was designed, this parking ramp was designed to support multiple lots within the village itself. So this lot was planned to use part of the parking in the parking ramp to support its needs. So for instance, 200 units at a 1.25 ratio, just rough numbers here, we need about 250 stalls. We do have on site approximately 165 stalls, so we only need about 85 stalls in the parking ramp. And just to put that in perspective, when we had the water walk plan previously, the prior hotel plan on this site, that was 153 rooms, but it only had 5 stalls on site, so there's no below grade parking associated with that. So they were actually going to need 148 stalls in the ramp. So what we're proposing here actually puts a little less pressure on the available parking in the ramp, which is important not so much for our site, for the multifamily site, but it is important down the road when we talk about developing Lot 5 and the needs for office parking to support that particular project. And certainly that'll be an economic advantage for us potentially as we look at developing that site in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. Page 5 of the narrative states that the development team and ownership of the Pentagon Village Apartments will provide this affordable housing component at no cost to the city or public. So I don't want to define that for you. But I am wondering, does that mean you won't be seeking taxpayer support in any form?
That's correct.
Okay, good, thank you. So sustainability, I saw from the narrative, and I'm gleaning from your presentation that you're sensitive to that, and that, but I guess I don't have any clarity on the electric, on the number of electric plug-ins and how you might manage that down the road. We'll be, the major auto manufacturers are saying 2035, 2040, and we'll certainly be on a trend towards that sooner. And I just want to ask if you've considered that and how you'll approach that.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's a very important component for this project and for the village at large. So we plan to have really wired, if you will, so to speak, the parking below this apartment building to fully support EV parking, really all of the stalls if necessary. So depending upon where that market goes in the future, we plan to be in a position to be able to service that need. In addition to that, the parking ramp itself right now has a number of EV stalls in the ramp, and it has the ability to greatly expand the number of stalls available for EV parking and charging as well. So, and I don't think I answered your question previously on parking in the sense that the parking ramp itself, we have a declaration document, if you will, almost an association document for all of these lots, and it does protect and provide parking for all of these lots in perpetuity. So that parking is available for use not only for our Lot 3 development that we're talking about this evening, but for some of the other lots within Pentagon Village.
Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, on the same note, in terms of sustainability, it's far easier to install solar panel to plan. It's late. Excuse me. To plan for solar panels at this stage rather than down the line. And I'm wondering how you are regarding that on this building.
So we're looking at as many sustainable opportunities as we can, be it solar panels or other uses, and the associated funding sources that can help make them an easier choice. Right now, with let's just say exciting fluctuations in building materials, everything's being looked at very closely, and we're continuing to hone in, and we'll know more as we move along.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so are you considering solar on the building, and how do you think that would tie in?
It would tie in fine, and it would actually be a great asset. It's just looking at what programs are available and if we can make it work with the overall project.
I see. Okay. Okay. I'd be very interested in greater detail on landscaping plans. We've got rain gardens noted, but not specified, at least as I saw, and especially exterior design. Now, you've touched on that earlier in terms of building materials and the look of the building, how it ties into your overall project. And we've seen some outstanding design presentations of late, which is rewarding, I think, for everybody, gratifying that is to everybody that sees them. So I'm hoping that you keep that in mind and that we get more detail on that down the road.
Noted.
Any thought on landscaping, or were you going to provide that later? I know you mentioned that you're in early, and but it just wasn't quite clear.
Okay, yeah, we certainly will develop this further. We just had our first sketch plan meeting last week, and now we're back for this. So this was the let's not take it too far and hopefully not miss any aspects. So the landscaping around the drop-off area, and since the building is pretty tight to the site, we want to make sure we do everything we can. And then lastly, on top of that plaza is a great opportunity to make a nice space with a pool. We'll have areas for the corn toss, that type of thing, so people can gather, use that area after work, etc.
Okay. Well, I think that's it for me tonight anyway. But thank you. I know this is early for you, but your hard work shows up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Member Anderson covered a lot of my questions and very eloquently, so thank you. I think in the Planning Commission meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion about the orientation of the building. And I just wanted to say, I really like the southern exposure. I think it takes advantage of sunlight in the wintertime and will make it a cheerier place. So that's a aspect of this I really like. I've forgotten my other. Oh, the bus stop. Where is the nearest bus stop to this building, and how easy will it be to access it?
I believe it's on 77th. Is that correct, Jay? Which is just the one block north.
Yes, so we do have transit stops out on West 77th at the main entry point of the project and along Computer as well.
Okay, so yeah, so
an easy one.
Yeah, good. That it's friendly and easy. That's great. And those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had two, maybe one question and then a comment. The one question is on the modular construction. Did you mention how much construction, I guess, is I don't know how to ask the question, time reduced or accelerated in terms of completion of a project when you're using modular versus traditional construction?
Sure. So according to McKinsey reports and our own data that we've been building since we started production about a year ago, we shave about 30 to 50% off a typical traditionally built construction project, and so that equates to great savings in site disruption to the surrounding neighborhood and businesses, with reduced truck trips and traffic and parking being taken up during construction by the trades working on site.
Oh, 30 to 50%, that's significant for sure. Wow. So thank you for that. Then my general comment, I liked the look and feel of the project. But I have to tell you, my biggest comment really is that you have a master plan. And so that might sound trivial, but it's easy to understand what decisions you're trying to make because I can go back to the master plan and I can see where the hotel was supposed to be. And you can talk about factors that have changed in the marketplace that have yielded you to focus on a different lot for a different purpose. And I personally just like that. It lends a sense of logic to the decisions that you're taking. And so I just wanted to applaud that approach because I like it a lot. So that was it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Member Pierce.
Yeah.
Member Staunton?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I think my colleagues have said it well.
Thank you, Member Staunton. I concur. I think folks have said it well. I really think that you're going to dramatically improve things along Viking Boulevard. There's that backside of the new parking ramp there. It's just kind of forgotten territory back there on the Bloomington border. And I think that, as Member Jackson points out, that southern orientation for the structure itself was, I think, a terrific sort of orientation. I'm really excited about this use of the Rise modular product. I've heard so much about it, and as I mentioned early in this segment of the meeting, in laudatory terms. And so I think this will be really quite a fascinating experience for not only Rise and Solomon, but for the city as well, to see the benefits of modular construction. And when Member Pierce asked that key question about how much cost savings is involved here, it was significant, but I think there's some other elements of it too that are really important to think about, and that is the precision with which you can do your building in a controlled environment. I know you got to hope that all the pieces of the puzzle fit together well and they all fit on the foundation that gets poured in advance. And then you got to have all of those good plumbing and electrical connections fit well. And so I'm eager to see all of that. I got involved in one of these out in the Bakken when they did some out there early on, modular, and it was a mess. And so, like any good lawyer, I got my client. I represented him as best I could under the circumstances. And I'm thinking that things have improved dramatically, or if Rise would have been in existence at the time, we wouldn't have had these problems. I don't remember where that product came from, but it didn't fit on the foundation that was poured to spec. And there were all kinds of things that went wrong after that with all the connections internally and the pipes freezing and all kinds of things. So I don't have anything else to add. I think Member Pierce raised a really interesting thought, and that is when we master plan this, the ability to look at a master plan and then react to current market conditions, I think brings an aspect to this that I never thought about at the time we did the master planning. But certainly, and Member Anderson alluded to this too, certainly being able to adapt and move when you've got these parcels you can work with and you can substitute in multifamily for a hotel. It's pretty slick, So I'm eager to see the next phase. I know that the way you've got everything oriented from the master plan standpoint, that you've got a distinct idea of how you want everything to connect internally. You've got that great park in the middle that you put up that will soon be surrounded with buildings over, maybe the next decade. And it's going to be a wonderful development for Edina. And so eager to see what's next. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, we
Scott.
appreciate all of your feedback. Thank you very much for that.
And Mr. Lawrence, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate your comments, and I can assure you that what we're doing is very different than in the Bakken. And we've recruited a team from all over the country to focus exclusively on this type of project precisely. And so we're really proud of the team and facility we've put together, and we're really excited to show to the Midwest and the metro area and Edina, specifically here, our capability.
Yep. We're eager to see it as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
everybody.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are on now to aviation noise update. Anything there, Manager Neal? No. Okay. Mayor and council comments? Anybody have any? It's a free-for-all. At 12:10. Anybody have anything they want to share for the good of the order here?
Just one.
For Anderson?
I donations earlier this evening. And you mentioned Pacey Irk in recognizing that $1,000 contribution. And I thought back, Pacey Irk was one of the first in the first Hall of Fame installation. Pacey Irk was one of those people. And you think about that and you say, and here's this person who now, oh my goodness, it's 20 years later, right? 20 years later, and she's still contributing to the community and jumping in and doing stuff. And I that's impressive. And it's so like her, as you may know. And she's great, and she's still throwing punches. That's good.
Yeah, she's a wonderful person.
She is.
Fortunate to have her in our community.
And currently, by the way, the chair of the Crime Prevention Fund as well.
There you go.
So yeah, she's known over at Twin Cities Orthopedics as the Bionic Woman. She's the only person they talk about who had knee replacement surgery and rode the stationary bike the same day.
There you go.
Pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have anything for the meeting tonight? Manager Neal, you got a couple of things you wanted to cover with us.
I do, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. We have one of our town talks tomorrow night. It's about sustainability from 7 to 8 o'clock. I mentioned earlier that we had a credit rating agency review today. We got another one on Friday. Things are looking good for that. We've got I mentioned earlier also that we've got our American Rescue Plan Act money sort of, I think, in transit by now. It should be here this week. And we're also beginning the process of accepting ideas from the public, and we've got a Better Together site set up for that. And also we'll do a live meeting at Centennial Lakes on Thursday and a virtual meeting on June 2nd to take input from residents. So we're looking forward to that. Mr. Mayor, I think you mentioned it earlier, I think in this group setting, but our local option sales tax referendum is included in the tax bill that's under discussion by the House and Senate leaders and the governor. So when they take their vote and they adopt the tax bill, our provision is most likely in that tax bill. So that's a big step forward for that opportunity. Finally, masking. We've implemented some masking changes in City Hall and in city facilities. One discussion we had today was around how we will handle masking when we have city employees that are going into private homes. And we've decided that regardless of the vaccination status of the employee, our employees are going to wear masks whenever they are entering someone's private home, whether it's for an inspection of some kind or a police matter or an ambulance call. Our default is to wear that mask and not require people to ask us to put it on. So we wanted you to know that, and otherwise, you will be seeing some changes. You'll notice changes in masking. We are talking about getting City Hall ready to getting the pieces in place to reopen this building and also to bring the council back live on July 20th, because we think by that time we will need to be live according to state statute, probably. And that's all I've got for tonight.
Yeah, I know that some of our neighbors are going back. I think St. Louis Park went live this week.
Yep.
For their council meeting. So we'll be going through this in a deliberate way. Do you want to mention the hiring of the new fire chief?
We hired a new fire chief yesterday. His name is Andrew Slama. Andrew has previous experience in Edina. He was a firefighter paramedic here for 4, maybe it was almost 5 years. Then he left here to take a deputy chief position in Savage. He rose pretty quickly. The chief left there, and he became the fire chief in Savage. He's a really strong candidate. We're really excited to have him back, and we've involved a lot of people in the selection process internally, and he really was our number one candidate. So we're happy to have him back.
Good, thank you. And when does our police chief retire? He told me at the event we had.
I believe it's June 4.
June 4, and then Tim Olson was May 28th, I think.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, congratulations to both of them. And how's that search coming on the police chief?
It's coming very nicely. The last day, it's active right now. The last day to apply is March 24th, or excuse me, May 24th. So next Monday.
All right. Very good. That prompted anything from any council members? All right. Well, good to see y'all. And a lot of work tonight for our newest members. This is the pace we've had for years and years. They may be returning.
Well, I will say the one benefit is we used to do these public hearings and then make the decision the same night. And that is a huge improvement over the way we used to do that. So.
All right, folks. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second.
All right, we got a lot of enthusiasm there. I'll give that to a second to Member Pierce. Member Stoughton makes the motion. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Clerk Allison.
Looks like she's gone.
Oh no.
Right.
Councilmember Staunton.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Pierce.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. We stand adjourned.